Rethinking old age and promoting the engagement of older persons. We've prepared a brief video to introduce this group, so please turn your attention to the screen.
나는 지금 학생이야. 노인들은 느리고 노인들은 지루하고 노인들은 아무것도 못해.
이 무슨 소리고? 소녀 지금이 택도 없대.
저출산 고령화 글로벌 심포지엄 저출산 고령화 글로벌 심포지엄 서울이야.
So please welcome Suni and the Seven Princesses with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 소니와 칠공주의 선생님이자
I'm the teacher
매니저인
for
정우정입니다.
managers,
반갑습니다.
and I'm the manager. Nice to meet you, everyone.
저희 칠복군 성인문의 교육은 가정 형편
So
때문에
we
혹은 여자라는 이유로 한글조차
Try
배우지
to
못한
provide education to those
그래서
elderly who
버스도
didn't get
탈 수
enough
없고
education in the
내 이름
past,
석자도 쓰기
and they were
힘든
not able to get on the bus, or they were not able to even write their names in Korean. And we find them, and we give them 2 times
교통, 금융,
a week
스마트폰
lessons
하루까지
for learning
지원하는
Korean, and we also
프로그램입니다.
teach them how to use smartphones.
오늘
We provide the
공연하신
education
소니와
for these
칠공주는
elderly, and the Sunny
바로
and
그
Seven
성인문의
Princesses
교실의
are the
학습자들이십니다.
students from those lessons that we provide.
한글을 배워
They
시집을
learn
내고
Korean, and they also
칠곡
are the
한글 서체를 만드시고
poets, and
하다
they
이제는
write their own poetry,
랩까지
and they are now
도전하셨습니다.
trying out for rapping in Korean.
세계 최고령 래퍼라는
They
타이틀을
are the
얻고
oldest rappers in the world, and every morning
등
they watch a lot of Korean entertainment shows, and they are already featuring in many Korean TV shows. And also LHK and Reuters and Poland movie
외신에서도
companies are
그녀를
also
주목했습니다.
eyeing on them.
무엇보다
Most of all,
칠곡 한글 농산물 홍보 영상,
they also
한국
promote the
공정거래 홍보
agricultural
영상,
products from Korea, and they also are
행정안전부
promoting
교통안전 홍보 영상,
a lot of
문화체육부
government
홍보 영상, 출산
agencies, and
장려
also
홍보
they
영상.
do promote a lot of for
소니와 칠공주의 선한
the
영향력은
government, and we
지금도 계속되고 있습니다.
still feel a lot of
도대체
great
그
influence
도전의
and nice
끝이
influence from
어디까지인지
the
모를 우리
Sunny
소니와
and Seven
칠공주에게
Princesses, and they never quit on challenging. They keep on moving, and they keep on challenging themselves. So please give a big hand.
마지막으로 초대해 주셔서
And
대단히
I
감사합니다.
would like to thank everyone for inviting us here today. Thank you.
음악 주세요.
우리가 빠지면 내량이지. 우리가 빠지면 내량이지. 우리가 빠지면 내량이지. 내 때리는 옥자, 내 때리는 6월, 내 때리는 팽이, 내 때리는 수년, 내 때리는 억거, 내 때리는 선화, 내 때리는 필선, 내 때리는 순이, 순이와 칠공주. 나 어릴 적 친구들은 학교에 갔었지. 나 담 밑에 쭈그려 앉아 울고 있었지. 설거지 해, 애보기 해. 내 할 일은 그거지. 환장하니 흑개골 아니 성장골 아니 하골의 셋째 딸로 태어났어. 오빠들은 모두 공부를 시켜서 딸이라고 나는 학교 구경 못해서 에이 우라질 우라질 우라질
Purchase your tracks today.
랄랄랄랄라 학교 종이 땡땡땡 엉덩이 댕댕 친다. 어서 모이자. 경로당에 선생님이 기다리신다. 한글 배워 시쓰고 책도 낸다네. 주소 명상 노래 가사 읽을 수 있네. 가나다라 마바사 자자하다 한자 한자 배워가는 널배움 학교. 오늘 가서 내 사인도 내가 했다네.
수가 탈 수 있다네.
나는 지금 학생이야. 나이가 많은 학생이야. 가방 메고 학교에 가. 공부하기 좋아 줄곧 갔다가도 눈이 침침 당장 내치고 싶다가도 용기 내어 꿈을 향해 달려가지.
배우고 또 배우고
너너겐 너너겐
익히고 또 익히고
너너겐 너너겐
배움의
길은 끝이 없지요.
아 선생님 왜말 죽는다.
대한민국 할매 래퍼 평균 나이 85세 수리와 칠공주.
Many thanks to Suni and the seven princesses for this inspiring performance. It was truly very inspiring. Let's give them another big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hyunshim Amy Choi, and I'm honored to serve as the Master of Ceremony for the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Population Aging. Since 2017, the United Nations Population Fund, known as UNFPA, and the Ministry of Data and Statistics, formerly Statistics Korea, have co-organized this symposium series, shaping a global dialogue on demographic transition. This year's symposium is centered on the theme Rethinking Old Age Dependency and the Engagement of Older Persons. Today's program will begin with the opening ceremony, followed by a keynote presentation and session 1 in the morning. In the afternoon, we will continue with sessions 2 and 3 with a break in between. We're hosting today's symposium luncheon and would like to extend an invitation to all in-person participants to the luncheon. Without further ado, to officially open this year's symposium and welcome our guests and participants, I'd like to present 4 speakers in the opening ceremony. First, representing the Ministry of Data and Statistics as a co-organizer of this event, Mr. Yang Sun-pil, Director General for Planning and Coordination, will deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome Director General Yang from the Ministry of Data and Statistics.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sun Pil Yang, and I serve as the Director General of Korea Ministry of Data and Statistics. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you for attending the 9th International Symposium on Low Fertility and Population Aging, co-hosted by the Korea Data Agency and the United Nations Population Fund. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Acting Deputy Executive Director Bio Smith, who will deliver his warming remarks, and also Priscilla Idel, the director, and Dr. Isa Torkelson. And I would like to thank the Mr. Lee Seok for also joining here. And since 2017, the symposium, jointly organized by Korea and UNFPA, has now reached its 9th year, establishing itself as an international cooperation platform for sharing policies, data, and field-level experiences to address the global challenges of low fertility and population aging. The distinguished guests, many countries around the world are currently facing demographic challenges posed by low fertility and rapid population aging. Among them, the Republic of Korea is one of the countries experiencing these changes at the fastest pace. In 2025, Korea's population aged 65 and older accounted for more than 20% of the total, officially marking its entry into a super age society, and it's going to exceed 30% by 2036 and by 40% by 2050. To address these challenges, the Korean government established an annual Low Fertility and Aging Society implementation plan at both the central and local government levels. This year, Korea has strengthened its community-based integrated care system and advanced age-friendly care and housing policies. In addition, Korea is fostering the silver economy based on age tech, aiming to alleviate the shortage of care workers and extend healthy life expectancy. The MOD plays a critical role as a public infrastructure provider, offering data and statistics that help diagnose Korea's low fertility and aging issues and explore effective solutions. First, to enable a more precise understanding of demographic change and population aging, we provide future population projections and detailed statistics on older adults. In 2023, we developed the comprehensive pension statistics by integrating all pension-related data from the government ministries. And based on the data and statistics that we collected, we produced the national transfer accounts, which analyze intergeneral transfers. And also, we tried to use the time-use statistics for older adults, providing multidimensional insights into population aging. Lastly, by actively sharing the data we collect and produce with central and local governments and research institutions and international organizations, we support the development of evidence-based aging policies. So as of October 1st of this year, Statistics Korea was elevated to the Korea Data Agency, transforming from a statistics-focused organization into a data-driven institution. So going forward, we will continue to enable interoperability between diverse public and private datasets related to aging across various institutions. So through these efforts, we aim to provide a foundation that follows the policymakers, researchers, and citizens alike to easily access and utilize the data related to the population aging. This year's symposium, under the theme of Revisiting Elderly Support Ratios and Senior Participation in an Aging Society, aims to redefine the concept of old age and re-examine the social participation and roles of the older adults. First day, we will explore the various definitions of elderly support or dependency and national transfer accounts and technologies for the aging era, examining how we can accurately measure the economic and social contributions of older adults. On day 2, we will share the experiences from Korea and from other countries, including the cases of labor market participation among older adults, the operation of aging centers that promote healthy aging. So we will also present the Korea's aging landscape from multiple perspectives, including demographic structure, labor and employment trends, and the use of digital and IT technologies. In particular, through the analysis of national transfer accounts, we will also present the data on labor income and consumption by age group, as well as gender gaps in elderly poverty. So this will help illustrate that population aging is not merely a demographic issue. Distinguished guests, population aging is not a challenge confined to any one nation. It is a structural transformation that countries across the world are experiencing simultaneously, though at different speeds in different forms. To respond to this aging tsunami, a shared global challenge, we believe that better solutions will emerge when countries come together, share their policies, experiences, and lessons, and strengthening the solidarity. I sincerely hope that this symposium becomes a meaningful opportunity to deepen the international collaboration and solidarity on population aging. I would like to once again express my gratitude to all speakers, panelists, and participants both here on site and joining us online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Yang, for this comprehensive overview. Next, representing the UNFPA as the co-organizer of this event, we have pre-recorded welcome remarks from Mr. Pio Smith, Assistant Secretary General and Acting Deputy Executive Director for Program at the UNFPA. With that, please turn your attention to the screen for his message.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends. On behalf of UNFPA, it's an honour to address you today at the opening of the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Ageing in Seoul. I wish to recognise the distinguished leaders joining this opening panel, Mr. Lee Myung-ho, Vice Minister of Data and Statistics in the Republic of Korea, and Mr. Lee Hee-sup, Secretary General of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to the Government of the Republic of Korea, and particularly the Ministry of Data and Statistics, for their sustained leadership and invaluable partnership with UNFPA. Our collaboration over the past decade has contributed significantly to our support to Member States on population dynamics and demographic change, ensuring that population policies around the world put the rights and well-being of people at their centre. A warm welcome and thank you to all partners, from governments, academia and civil society. Over the next 2 days, we will work towards a goal that is as important as it is timely: building resilient societies in an era of profound demographic change. The world is witnessing an unprecedented demographic transformation. According to the latest United Nations World Population Prospects Revision, 1 in 6 people is projected to be aged 65 and over by 2050. Population aging is a global phenomenon that can be observed in the richest and most resource-limited countries alike. In several countries, including the Republic of Korea, the share of older persons is projected to be close to 40% by the year 2050. That people are living longer must be understood as a success of development. Health systems have expanded, education improved, poverty has fallen, and women, men and young people are exercising their rights and their choices. Aging societies, however, do not come without challenges. Ensuring viable social and economic systems and meaningfully supporting people to have longer and more active and productive lives is crucial to building a new intergenerational social contract, one that provides opportunity for all citizens, young and old alike. Therefore, dear friends, we have to reimagine long-standing mindsets in our societies. What do we mean when we say old? Many who are the so-called old are in fact more than ever living healthy, active and productive lives. Others who might be considered dependents are in fact contributing in incredibly meaningful ways, both monetarily and non-monetarily, to the well-being of families, communities and entire societies. It is time to rethink existing definitions of what it means to be old and empower older persons to become agents of change and play their part as together we usher in an era of sustainable demographic resilience. Population aging is no reason for fear. What should concern all of us is inaction in the face of change. We can turn demographic anxiety into demographic resilience, and it starts with the data. Systematically, using population data is imperative as countries strive to anticipate, adapt, and plan for demographic scenarios, poised to continuously impact labour markets, pensions, health and social care, housing, and infrastructure more broadly. By using data to plan and adapt, countries will strengthen their resilience to demographic change. They will pave the way for their societies and economies to thrive. As we find new definitions for aging, definitions that do justice to the productivity, creativity, and experience that older persons so often bring to the table, we must also note that aging is not gender neutral. Across the world, women might live longer than men, but too often women are forced to make do with scarce resources. They receive less recognition, particularly as they shoulder the burden of unpaid care. They face persistent income and pension gaps, and women are more likely to spend a greater portion of their lives in poor health or disability. These inequalities in older age reflect inequities accumulated across a lifetime, from education and employment to health and social protection. That is why UNFPA's work on demographic resilience strives to establish a new, equitable and gender transformative social contract, one that values every person's contribution throughout life and ensures that longevity becomes a dividend, not a divide. On the path to demographic resilience, the Republic of Korea offers powerful lessons. From pioneering data systems to technology that enhances older persons' participation, Korea demonstrates how rights-based, evidence-driven policy can transform challenges into opportunities. As partners, UNFPA and the Republic of Korea are working together on the path to building demographically resilient societies. Indeed, UNFPA's new strategic plan includes a fourth outcome on population dynamics and demographic change, focused on supporting countries to understand, adapt, and shape their demographic futures by supporting the rights and choices of all individuals. Our work encompasses low fertility, population aging, and population decline, and it provides a solid basis for continued and strengthened collaboration with the Republic of Korea and in other countries. This year's 9th edition of the Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging is a testament to the importance of these issues and to our strong partnership. It also shows the unwavering commitment that UNFPA, the Republic of Korea, and each and every one of you in the room today demonstrates. Commitment to build societies that value every stage of life, uphold equality across generations, and ensure that dignity does not diminish with age. Together, we can build a future where everyone at every age is empowered to thrive, to contribute, and to live a healthy, fulfilled, and dignified life. A future where demographic change is met not with anxiety, but with innovation, solidarity, and shared purpose. I wish you a productive symposium, and I thank you so much for your attention.
We're grateful that the Assistant Secretary General was able to share the organizational commitment to address this demographic change virtually today. Our next speaker for congratulatory remarks is Mr. Lee Hee-sup, Secretary General of Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, which has been a big supporter of this symposium series for the past few years. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause.
Yang-Soon-pil, Director General of Ministry of Data and Statistics of the Republic of Korea, and Dr. Orsa Torkelson, Chief UNFPA, the Seoul office, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and a pleasure to join you today at the 9th Global Symposium on Law, Fertility, and Aging. Let me begin by extending my warmest congratulations on the successful opening of this important event. And I would like to highly appreciate that over the years, this symposium has become a vital platform for sharing knowledge, experience, and practical insight, helping us address the sweeping demographic changes reshaping societies around the world. The Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, TCS, is proud to continue its partnership with the UNFPA and Statistics Korea in supporting this event. Following last year's 8th Global Symposium and the launch of the State of World Population Report 2024 at the TCS conference halls, our ongoing collaboration reflects a shared and unwavering commitment to understanding demographic trends more deeply and advancing solutions together. One need not look far to see how urgent this issue has become. At the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting held earlier last month in Gyeongju, in Korea, on the core agenda items was the response to demographic change, a clear recognition that this is a pressing challenge for this entire Asia-Pacific region. The rapid demographic transformation unfolding before us will reshape economic potentials, industrial structures, welfare systems, and ultimately the fabric of daily life and social values. Low fertility and population aging have become the global challenges, but nowhere are they felt more acutely than in China, Japan, and Korea. Northeast Asia has already become the world's most rapidly aging region. At the 9th Trilateral Summit in May last year, our three countries recognized that demographic shift pose a serious long-term risk to economic vitality and social welfare. We agreed on the importance of Polish dialogue and cooperation among the three governments to ensure sustainable universal health coverage and healthy aging. The leaders committed to deepen collaborations in areas such as technology development, workforce training, healthcare systems, and long-term care. The TCS will continue to work closely with the relevant institutions to address the shared challenge of low fertility and population aging. At the same time, we will further strengthen the cooperation with our partners, including UNFPA and UNDP, to advance joint solutions grounded in research, dialogue, and practical cooperation. This year's symposium themes, rethinking old age dependence and the engagement of old persons, is both timely and important. I am confident that the ideas shared through deep discussion over the next 2 days will offer meaningful recommendations for policymakers and practitioners alike. Once again, my sincere congratulations and deep gratitude to all organizers and participants on this significant symposium. I hope the discussions here will help guide us toward a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable demographic future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General Yi, for your steadfast support to this important cause. Next, I'd like to bring up our final speaker for this opening ceremony, Ms. Dr. Åsa Tolkensen is Chief of Seoul Representation Office of the UNFPA, which plays pivotal role in the coordination of this event. Please give her a big round of applause.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are following us online, annyeonghaseyo, and greetings for a very good morning. It is a tremendous honor to welcome you once again to the Global Symposium on behalf of UNFPA's Seoul Representation Office. We are grateful for your presence as we engage in an increasingly urgent conversation for countries across all regions. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all dear partners, dignitaries, thought leaders, and colleagues attending today, and for your hard work bringing us here. And a special appreciation to the grandmas for their very inspiring performance before Suni and the Seven Princesses. I think all of us hold a special place in our hearts for our grandparents. Last month, I found my paternal grandmother's diary, capturing her youthful spirit at the threshold of women gaining the right to vote in Sweden in 1921. She was actually 18 years old then. It was full of vibrant hope. She later journeyed from her rural home to become a midwife, but unfortunately she died at young age, leaving her husband to care for two young children. My father, the eldest of them, was only 2 years old then. It was lack of timely health care that ended her life then. On my maternal side, because of poverty, my beloved grandmother was given for adoption after her mother, Emma, died giving birth to her. Her father could not support her and her 12 siblings on a single worker's salary in a one-bedroom house. I remember, though, her great heart and compassion, always opening her home, our home, for anyone in need, not leaving anyone behind. It was actually, I've come to learn, very similar to the concept of Chong, that she was showing the compassion and care and solidarity for other people, especially those who had suffered the way she had. It made me think that just as with so many of us, these personal histories resonate with UNFPA's mandate deeply. And as we this year celebrate UN at 80, let us remember that the United Nations itself was founded 80 years ago, in 1945, as a beautiful peace project, laying the foundations for peace, justice, and development for all. And let us remember that at that time, the average global life expectancy was around 48 years. And today, in the Republic of Korea, it exceeds 84 years, one of the highest in the world. And this extraordinary transformation is a testament to the power of collaboration and the spirit of perseverance within us all, which very clearly Suni and the Seven Princesses showed. The development trajectory of the Republic of Korea, too, exemplifies the mission of the United Nations Population Fund, as our interim ASG was explaining and outlining before me. It shows that strategic investments in human capital and gender equality can yield remarkable outcomes, demonstrated by the miracle of the Han River. And this transformation highlights how enhancing human potential and championing gender equality can lead to profound, positive social and economic change, resulting in healthier, longer lives. And as we celebrate these achievements, we must also confront the complexities of an aging population, which are very much going to be at the topic for our conversation today. I expect that we will learn a lot from one another in the formal sessions that I'm very excited to see the dynamic thought leadership that our partners have been able to bring to this symposium today, but also in the spaces that we share with one another over lunch, in the coffee rooms, trying to seek new ideas, new connections for the future that we can build on. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish us all a very successful deliberations for today and also for tomorrow and for all the days to come. Thank you very much, and kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Dr. Tolkitsen, for sharing your aspiration and respect to this important issue. This concludes our welcoming and opening remarks. And before moving on, we will now take the symposium's official photograph. So with that, I'd like to invite all our distinguished guests, presenters, discussants, and the speakers of the opening symposium, as well as the symposium working team from the UNFPA and the ministry to come forward and join us for this group photo. So all the presenters, discussants, moderator, and speakers of our symposium, please join us on the stage for this group photo. Thank you, everyone. Now, I'd like to invite everyone to return to their seats so that we may proceed with the keynote session. Once again, I'd like to invite everyone to return to their seats so we may proceed to the keynote session. The keynote session will last for 30 minutes and it will be followed by a coffee break. So we need a couple of settings. So we're rearranging the setting and getting ready for this keynote session. And in the meantime, I'd like to just inform you that there will be the run of the keynote session will run for 30 minutes, and then there will be a coffee break after. So thank you all for your patience, and we're ready to proceed with the session. And the keynote presentation will be delivered virtually by Dr. Samir K.C. on the topic of aging tsunami. Each session today, including this one, will be guided by a designated session moderator. To begin the keynote session, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Dr. Priscilla Idel, Chief of Data, Population and Development Branch in the UNFPA. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And you can take the podium. You can take the podium on the side of the stage if you'd like to use the podium.
Good morning. I think it works. I was taught by my colleague Yang-Sung to say good morning in Korean, so I'll try. Jo un abchip ep dida.
Thank you. 좋은 아침입니다.
Did I do it?
Yes, you did a very good job.
Yeah. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, my colleagues, welcome again here. Gamsahapnida. As we open day one today, our first keynote addresses the critical question in today's demographic debate. Is there truly a tsunami, an aging tsunami, or are our definitions shaping an incomplete picture? So this session will examine how different measures of dependency and varying population projections can dramatically change our understanding of population aging. It will also highlight the gender dimensions often overlooked, how definitions can obscure women's contributions and men's specific vulnerabilities. So this keynote sets the analytical foundation for the discussions ahead and invites us to engage with the evidence before drawing conclusions. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Samir K.C., who is a senior researcher and scholar at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA. He will be joining us online. Unfortunately, he is not able to be with us here today. Dr. Samir?
Thank you, Dr. Priscilla. I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is an honor to speak as a keynote speaker here. I am currently in Vienna around 2 a.m. But I'm so thrilled to especially see the princesses perform live, and it's a pity that I'm not there. It's because of some visa issues and as well as some severe flu that I'm going through now. Mr. Vice Minister Myung-ho Lee, Mr. Lee Hee-sup, Secretary General of Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, and Dr. Asa Torkelson from UNFPA, and dear friends and colleagues. I am Samir Kesi, so I'm originally from Nepal, and I have been living in Europe and more recently some time also at Shanghai University. And my research context that I think I will be basing on what I'm going to share today is on demography, human capital, and more recently on household modeling. So I'm a model. My main concern, my main work is about how the population is changing in the world. So that is what I've been doing for last 20 years. So in that population understanding of the population change, we also look at the demographic aging as an output of the, let's say, the projections. And we see that my understanding is that demographic aging is a result of changing age structure in a population. And we all know that population age structure changes basically through births, deaths, and migrations. And this is what I study. But more recently, I have also started looking at where people are living. Like, it's not only who people are, right? Who they are by their age and sex, gender, right? But also, people actually live in households, and understanding how the types of household, the size of the households are changing is also quite interesting. And trying to do it more demographically, that is what I'm trying here. And especially in the context of aging, I can see that this combining the population changes and the household changes, putting them together, it will give us lots of insights. Especially there are lots of life course events that changes our status, household status. Couple without children to couple with children, somebody leaving the parental house, divorce, then union formation, and then there is the widowhood, making people live alone. And all of these are quite important, especially in the context of aging, especially at the later ages when, because of the death, that people end up living alone, and then it has its different implications for males and females, right? So this is my kind of a research context that I'm going to say something about, trying to answer the question about aging tsunami. So basically, my rough conclusion is that both population and households are aging. So when you look at the ages of the household, and both who you are, the population heterogeneity is the focus of my study. So I always try to find out what are the main sources of population heterogeneity in a impacting different processes or behaviors. So both who you are and where you are. So often we miss to study subnationally. So we focus mostly at the national level. But when you go into the subnational, then you will find lots of issues and, these red zones where more has to be done. So when we are talking about population heterogeneity, we are using age and sex as our main sources of heterogeneity, fertility, mortality, migration, and this adding important sources of population heterogeneity is quite essential. So we have to see what are the characteristics other than just age and sex, race and gender that are important for our study, whatever the topic is. So just to show that what we have done at YASA is we have shown that adding educational attainment as third dimension of population heterogeneity gives us lots of clarity on many aspects, and we will look into how aging would look like when we put the lenses of education. So just very quick, one slide about how we do the population projections. So we are talking about population projections, right? But population projection not only by age and gender, but also age, gender, and education. So basically these population age structures, some look like a pyramid, some not, is an example to show from 1950 to 2015, every 20, 25 years, how the population would, each cohort will progress into the future, right? So basically cohort progression is what we follow, where, all the events of mortality for migration, education would continue. And so we basically follow this cohort at different time steps. And some of the, excuse me, some of the characteristic of the cohorts that they achieve at the beginning of their life will stay there. And this education is one of that sticky, educational attainment is one of those sticky, let's say, wealth. Yeah, we can call it a wealth or or a human capital that people gather and they continue into the future. So knowing how the cohorts at the youngest ages experience the education, we can actually follow that cohort until the end, because that cohort will continue to have that educational attainment, that experience, even though the person might forget how to do a simple maths, but that person would carry a lot of characteristics, a lot of experiences, behaviors that is linked with the educational attainment. So this is how we do that. And this is just an example of showing, we do it for the whole world, and how the population will in the future will be increasing, reaching around beyond 10 billion, and how the whole age structure would look like, right? So we will have more and more elderly people there in the top part of this distribution. And what we also see is that the number of children is in our projections, this is based on our projection, will be declining, but not so rapidly as we would see for some countries, right? But the very interesting thing here is that the red color representing low educated would be less and less in the future. But unfortunately, those who have not completed education at the younger ages will take it to their older ages. So this is something that I am trying to emphasize, that, what will be the future's elderly's human capital level, we can say with quite certainty for many decades to come. So this is basically 2100, in the year 2100, how like 200 countries of the world would look like. Very optimistic about the education transitions, but we will still have some countries where the education level for some groups would stay not so optimistic. And this is where we start from. This is 2020, just to show that, some countries are still having lots of red colors, very flat base with very high fertility. But at the same time, you will see countries with very blue, right? Very blue, that like this is Korea, for example. So we'll see more of it, like how the blue color, which representing the post-secondary, has really taken over all the cohort. So this is the background of what, how the population is changing, not only just by age and gender, but also by level of education, right? Now, based on that data, I created these lines. I think we might have seen this line many times. So this is basically proportion of age 65 years and above in Asia, in all the countries of the Asia. So where you see that in the x-axis, these are the years from 2020 to 2100. So this is a SSP2 medium scenarios. It's the name of a scenario, more medium scenario. And this here, it is the proportion. So it's the proportion age 65 years and above, right? So this question that was posed about whether there is an aging tsunami. So maybe this picture can tell us something. So what it shows is that, the dark line shows this overall in Asia, what would be the percentage of people with 65 years and above. So we see that it's less than 10%. It was less than 10% in 2020, and then it continues, and it could go beyond 30 by the end of the century, right? But when you look at the countries itself, so you will see a lot of countries have already actually passed the 10% mark, yeah? And then this top one, which you see here, is Japan. It's almost 30%, having more than 65 years old proportionally. And then this one is for Korea. And I have also marked for like this China and India over here, yeah? So when you look at this graph, you will see that things are moving quite fast. Things will move quite fast, right? And then when you think about the uncertainty, so you might think, maybe there is uncertainty in the data. But since most of the people are already born and we have a quite good handle about how the deaths might come into the future, there is very less uncertainty, I would say, about this rapid increase in the proportion of elderly. So if we can call like those who are over 65 as an elderly, like that. So this shows a quite a stark picture. And then if you ask, is this an aging tsunami? I mean, maybe the first answer it come to you would be yes. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tsunami. But when we go into the definition or the word tsunami itself, so we can have a little discussion about it. And then another interesting thing about here is that it's here to stay, right? So the another picture that we see here is that we might come up with different definitions and say that, well, this might not be so bad as it looks like when we directly take this classical measure of kind of aging or dependency. But when you look at this picture, it looks like it's here to stay, right? It's here to stay. So this is the first picture. Just to go into bit details, I share some numbers that could be interesting for the discussion, or maybe it's already mentioned by some of the previous speakers, that in terms of sheer number, it's going to be huge. So already in 2020, about 417 million 65 plus population were living in Asia. This will increase more than double and almost 3 times by 2060, and then it will grow to 1.5 billion by 2100. So it's going to be a huge population of elderly and in the future. So can we call it a tsunami, right? Excuse me for my cough. Then we have some interesting example that to show like where it's going to happen. And again, we all know this, but just put it there that East Asian would be the countries with see excessive aging acceleration. South Korea will see the most dramatic one that you see over here, right? So it could even be like 45% of people around 2000, after 2060, there will be like about 45% of the people is 65 plus. So it will be quite dramatic. There are Singapore, China as well already there. And Japan is already in the front runner, but Korea will actually overcome Japan, because I think we know because of the very high, very low fertility decline, very fast and low fertility decline in Korea. So is this an aging tsunami? Okay. So this question, so when I think about tsunami, though I'm coming from Nepal, which has no sea, we have more like a glacial lakes that outburst. Yeah. So the glacial lake in the mountains, they collect water, and at one time they burst. So for me, I feel like it's more like a glacial lake. But in order to call it a tsunami, I'm just thinking that there are two things, right? So one is how significant impact will it make? So how big, how massive is the wave and its impact? And the second thing about tsunami that my general knowledge understanding is that it comes in a very short period of time, right? So it comes very quickly and then impacts and leaves. So when I again refer to that picture that I showed earlier, in terms of demographic time, having 20 years, 30 years is like one generation of the time. So if things are changing in a such of fast in one generation, it is definitely happening in a short time. Yeah. So in demographically speaking, I would call it short time that it's coming. The aging is coming there in a short period of time. So as a hazard, it's coming there, right? So there is no argument about that. But what about the impact, right? What about the impact? So where I work at EASA is working a lot on the climate change field. So I have a little background on that, listening to the colleagues. So hazard itself is not a problem. So hazard could come, there could be big storms, be this and that. But if you are not impacted by it, right? So you are resilient. So the level of resilience is high. And if you are prepared, right? You are prepared, then hazard itself is not, doesn't impact, or it's not a problem, right? So to call it a tsunami, which maybe we will hear more about from other speakers, I can see that it's coming. So maybe we want to hear about how big the impact would be, right, in all aspect of life, and how resilient are we, the country, the society, the communities, the family, the individuals, right? So how resilient and how prepared are we, right? So this is what I am thinking about, and hopefully to get more answer during the next sessions. And then one aspect that I want to add here is that, so when we are talking about the resilience and preparedness, so we can take human capital of the population, yeah. So the human capital of the population, or especially of the elderly, as one aspect of resilience, right? The characteristic of resilience. So meaning that if you have a higher level of human capital, you could think. So it helps you in many, many ways. Yeah? It can help you prepare. It can help you think and perceive the risks, yeah, and plan. So having a good educated mind it helps in that, and at the same time it is linked with the health status. So please bear with me for another few minutes. So we will hear more about it. The one thing that I worry about the aging population is just coming from Nepal. I see that lots of elderly people are living alone, even though they are rich. Also the poor people, because lots of people the younger people have migrated. So they went out to work, like in Korea, lots of Nepalese younger people are, they are in Korea to work. They are in different part of the Gulf countries, in the US, and everywhere they have whoever can go, they have left, and there is an empty nest back home, right? Even though they are rich, some of them are quite rich, but they are living alone, right? So this living alone is quite an important aspect that this household type analysis will bring to you, right? So just want to, in terms of the impact, just want to touch on that. So just three slides, and then I will end. So when we look at these three countries, China, Japan, and Korea. So China, Japan, and Korea here, 2020, 2060, and 2100 population. So you will see that in 2020, when you look at these three countries, they look quite different, especially China look quite different with its educational level. Whereas both Japan, a pioneer and like the leader in the region in human capital accumulation, Korea now following Japan, and how it will look like with this all of them had a very low fertility experiences, which when continue will result in even like a maybe thinner base. Yeah. So this is just a picture about how the population and the human capital will go into the future for these three countries. And this one is just focusing on those who are 65 plus, right? So I just want to put this lens of education on to the elderlies. Yeah, so looking at the elderlies population. This is an example, but we will hear from others that you can put lots of other things, right? But just putting this additional lens, it gives us some more information, right? So when you look at this elderly in 2060, we see that China will still have a lot of elderly with low level of educations, whereas already Japan in 2020 and in 2060, there would be even more, yeah, very highly educated people. And towards the end of the century, we will have a lot of highly educated, mostly women. Women are always pioneers on this. So education level, the number of elderly will increase, but their level of human capital would also increase. And what does it mean, right? Lots of positive things there. And the point that I also want to make is that when you look at this elderlies, normally we will have lots of women living longer, remaining at the oldest ages because of higher life expectancy among women. But it also means that there would be lots of single women, right? Single households. And what does it mean? What does it mean for caring and also the resources, having sharing the household and living alone. It has implications in terms of the resource use and also the care and all this. And then we are missing this the low fertility, this intergenerational support is getting less and less, right? So these are a few points which I have started to work, and this focus on Norway at the moment, but it's quite important results are coming out, how this living alone group is going to increase in the future and how to cater to them. Yeah, just in terms of providing the housing, how to do that. Okay, my time is almost to the end. So just to have this slide at the end. So if somebody asks me again, is this aging tsunami? I would say most probably it is an aging tsunami is there. And the alternative definitions and more research will help us understand this better, both more refinements, yeah? Adding education, health, looking at the health, labor force participation, all of those kind of things kind of help us clarity, make it more clear. But however, the impact of aging is going to be there, and it's already impacting. It will be there. Just give an example of this video and living alone. This is unavoidable, in my view. It is here to stay. We need to accept it. Sometimes we try to come up with this different definitions and saying, this is not so bad as we see in this classical definition. But at some point, it is going to show up, right? So it is here to stay. We need to accept it. And from the EASA side, where as I said, I have this background with working with the climate change people, there is something called a systems approach, which one can look into, where you look at the problem. Of course, we are doing this, but just to put a name on it, that we look at a problem not only from one side, but from multiple sides, and don't forget about the subnational heterogeneity, subnational issues. Yeah, so I am very happy that I could share these things with all of you, and hopefully this is useful for the next discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. Excellent. I think we've had some very useful reflections to take us forward into the next 2 days. We've heard from Dr. Samir about the world aging. All of us are aging even right now as we sit at our desks. So each minute that passes means we are getting older, just in case you had forgotten. And then he's also talked about the demographic metabolism, changes in population structure through generational replacement, and especially looking at it by education levels. And we see that Asia is rapidly aging, and with the proportions perhaps rising to about 31% by the turn of the century. And then he has concluded by also noting that the proportion of women are not something new really, will continue being the same that are older, and but education levels will also increase. So which means our own success is also becoming our own problem because we are healthier, we are more educated, but then we start worrying about being old, which is good and also something we have to contend with. So with that, we have a few minutes for maybe, I don't know if Dr. Samir is still online to answer any questions that might be there, or he's checked out. Is he still online?
I'm still online, yeah.
Okay, all right. Any reflections or questions to Dr. Samir, or to share additional insights, or everything was perfectly okay and therefore just looking forward to our tea? Yes, yeah. So we have one here in front. If you could just say your name. And here. Yeah. If you introduce yourself. Yes.
This is Philip Hessel from the Nations Economic Commission for Europe. I wanted to thank you for the presentation and ask something about, out of curiosity, about the projections of future educational attainment. Sort of looking at the countries, the graphs that you showed, highly developed countries, it would seem that they're all converging towards a scenario where almost everyone has university level, tertiary, post-secondary education. And certainly, I guess sort of if you extrapolate current trends, this is potentially what you would get at. But I'm wondering, especially also now with all the talk about artificial intelligence, whether you really think that it's a really plausible scenario. And I'm wondering it for two reasons. One is that, is it really feasible that in the future, and let's say 2050 is not like the too distant future, that everyone is having tertiary education and there's almost no one doing manual type of work? And I'm wondering, this week there's an interesting article in The Economist about this projections of education, and they're showing data for several OECD countries, showing that, for example, the United States, and this is a trend that predates ChatGPT, that actually tertiary education enrollment is going down. And this is in parallel with the trend is, according to the article, using data for the OECD, that the comparative benefit of tertiary education comparing with lower educational is going down. Yeah? So it pays less having a university degree. And again, these are trends predating ChatGPT. So I'm just wondering again, do you consider this in your projections in any way? You know, that there may be a reversal of this trend, or do you really think, again, we're just converging towards this? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take another one, or you want to answer that one first, Dr. Samir?
Maybe I take another one and.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Ritu Sadana from WHO. Your question at the start was, is there a tsunami? I think you're saying no, there isn't a tsunami because we know for quite some time the trends, and it's going to be a long-term change. But can you just clarify your sort of short response to the question you raised at the very beginning? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there a third one? Yes, Abhijit? There, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Abhijit Visaria. I'm from the UNFPA Asia Pacific Regional Office. Samir, good to see you, and thank you for an extremely lucid presentation. I do have a small comment on the tsunami, but I'll come to that. I'm wondering, Samir, sort of in the work that you do at IASA, has there been a effort or an attempt perhaps to bring in purchasing power, or a measure like the coverage of older persons or the proportion of older persons, for example, who have social security, as a sort of an economic measure in some sense that you've attempted to or can build into the projections? Because that has implications, I think, particularly for some of the, sort of care needs or care preferences. I think household composition, may be very different, for example, with those who have social, I mean, the implications of housing composition may be very different for those who have, income security or social protection coverage versus those who don't. So just sort of happy to hear your thoughts on it. And I've written about this in my earlier role as a researcher, but I have a sort of a pet peeve about this tsunami business. Particularly, I think, in the Indian Ocean region, right? We sort of associate tsunamis with death and destruction, fundamentally, right? They also sort of come and go, right? In the sense that they retreat, the waters retreat fundamentally. So it's just a framing of it that, sort of I just have a pet peeve about. I don't think aging societies equate death and destruction, I think, fundamentally. So just, sort of happy to, again, sort of hear your critical reflections, I think, on that framing.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Samir, maybe if you could address those three questions, one on education, pre-ChatGPT, the other one is there really a tsunami, from your first question, and the last one from Abhijit, both in terms of social security, but also the equating aging with a tsunami is probably inappropriate, if I hear him correctly. So over to you, Dr. Samir.
Thank you, Priscilla. Well, this question came to me, right? So I was kind of scratching my head and was thinking whether it is a tsunami. I actually even wrote and then deleted from my slide that I see that so it's not just coming very quickly and going so away. So it's a very gradual process that we know that will happen. Maybe this rapid decline in fertility was a bit of surprise in this story about expecting this proportion of increasing elderly. So I think I will not argue with about the term tsunami. I see more of, as I said, I was trying to put this glacial lake kind of thing that slowly it's kind of gathers, the lake becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and at one point it bursts, right? So this tipping point, that's what they call it in this climate change research community. So will there be a tipping point? So that is actually a question for me, and I see it more of that the glacial lake outburst kind of thing, that it explodes at one point because the system cannot handle. So this is a more of a question, and rather than calling it tsunami or not. And for that, again, I mentioned about like the resilience, the preparedness, and all this thing there. So yeah, I would not put my bet on calling it tsunami or not, right? So in terms of the education projections, our projection is based we ended up in 2023-24, we completed this projection. And most of our scenarios, so our post-secondary includes the short post-secondary, so basically non-tertiary education is also included in there. So when you see the very dark blue color in the graphs, it doesn't mean the tertiary, the university education. So it is anything, any degree that you get after high school. It could be short one, long one is there. And definitely this invent of AI, the impact on our trend. So we have developed global trends. So for each education transitions, we have developed a global trend, which is a combination of what is happening in the country, but also in the region as well as globally. And definitely now this next round, which we have started, so every 3 years, every 5 years, we are updating this. There could be this new information would be brought in. So we gather, because we do it for the whole world, so we gather all this information that is happening. And so regarding this social security and adding the purchasing power to make the aging projections better, as I said, I have not personally done the aging projection myself, other than what is coming out of these questions. But I think I already have one colleague there who might maybe say something about what we have been doing. But it's a good idea, and I think when you were talking about the aging population's capacity to take care of themselves, so there could be lots of other things as well, right? Not only the social security. In lots of countries, they also have this pension funds, and but it's a very good point, and maybe somebody else can answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. I think excellent, and I think the question about whether aging is a tsunami or not would probably be answered between today and tomorrow. So we hope to hear from other speakers on what we think about that. But I think Abhijit and our colleague from WHO too have brought up important questions that we need an answer for before we leave here. So thank you so much, Dr. Samir. I hope you feel better soon. And we miss you here. And I'll say Gamsa Hapnida. That means thank you. That is what I learned from Yangsu. Thank you, and thanks again. I
Thank
think
you.
I'll pass it over to our MC to continue from there.
Many thanks to Dr. Adela and Dr. Samir for their contributions, and let's give them a big round of applause. So now everyone is invited to a 30-minute break, and for the in-person participants, we've prepared coffee and tea outside in the lobby area. So please enjoy your break, and I'll see you back in 30 minutes.
How do I do this? Samir, this is Michael. Samir, will you be staying on for the next session? Just let me know. I know you're not feeling well. Okay. Okay.
Test 1, 2. 혹시 불편하실까봐 제가 지금 다시 한번 테스트 해볼게요. 소리를 많이 키웠거든요. 귀 조심하시고 테스트. 지금 정도면 괜찮을까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 네.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will resume shortly. We kindly ask that all the participants and presenters and discussants will proceed inside and prepare for the next session. Once again, I'd like to invite all the participants, presenters, discussants, and moderator of session 1 to proceed inside and take their seats. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all the participants to prepare your receivers in advance and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, once you're all seated, we will begin session 1. So welcome back to the symposium for session 1, entitled Different Definitions of Dependencies. Session 1 will be moderated by Mr. Michael Herman, Senior Advisor at the UNFPA. With that, I'd like to invite Mr. Herman and the presenters and discussants of session 1 to the stage. Please give them a big round of applause as they are seated on the stage.
You see, we have an excellent panel of speakers here with us on stage. We will be reflecting in this session a little bit about what it means to be 65. What does it mean to be old? What does it mean to be dependent? So in the previous presentation, you saw that the number and share of older persons measured as those 65 and above will be increasing. It will be increasing significantly, rapidly, relatively speaking, also rapidly from a demographic perspective. But what does it mean? What does it mean to be 65 and over? What did it mean 30 to 50 years ago? What does it mean today? And what does it mean to be 65 and over in 30 to 50 years from now? Yeah? And I think we have to look at these elements a little bit of human capital. We already saw that in the presentation that we just had, that people change. Their education level changes, their skill level changes, In this session, we will be also discussing changes in health of people, and I'm happy to have here Ritu Sadana. She is heading the Secretariat of WHO for the Decade of Healthy Aging. We will also have a presentation from MODS, the newly created Ministry on Data and Statistics, from Kim Ji-un. She's the Director of Social Statistics at the ministry. We will have a presentation here on my left from Nicholas Scaly. He is with YASA, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, same place where Samir is based. And we had two discussants scheduled for this session. One of them, Samir Casey, who you heard earlier in the keynote. Now Samir, as you saw, I'm afraid he's not doing very well. It's quite late as well, 2 a.m. for him, now probably 3 a.m. So he's excused. We will not have him as a discussant. We count on all of you to be active discussants in this session. And the main discussant for this session is Stuart Giedel-Buston. He is a professor at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and long-time collaborator also of UNFPA. He's an eminent professor working on aging issues, low fertility issues in the Asia and Pacific region, among others. So we have an excellent panel. I don't really want to lose all that much time. And in my agenda, it says that Kim Ji-un, you will be going first with your presentation. So I invite you, if you want to speak from the floor, from here, it's okay. If not, please use this lectern, if that's okay. Yeah, thanks.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금
Hello,
소개받은
I am Kim
김지은입니다.
Ji-eun. So I'm the Director of Social Statistics Planning Division, Ministry of Data and Statistics. We have a lot of statistics, and I am in charge of the aged population. And also I need to research into their time spent in their daily lives. So I would like to see how this evolving definition of elderly and dependency is based on Korean statistics. So let me show you the order of today's presentation. First, I would like to introduce the traditional definition of aged population. So this is over the age of 65. So this is evolving. I'd like to point that out first. And second, I would like to share the Korean statistical evidence that the definition is changing. Third, I would like to redefine the definition of elderly and dependency, and I will share my conclusion and policy implications. You've heard from previous speakers. We actually defined as those aged 65 and above as the elderly, but the reality is different and changing. We have the extended life expectancy, and 65 is no longer a marker of frailty. So health status, economic participation, and social contributions are significantly different. And if you see the global trend, now it's shifting from age-based definition to those considering functional capacity and social roles. So the graph shows the vital statistics and mortality table. So in 1970s, the life expectancy was only 62 years. old in Korea, but if you look at 2023, it's 83 years old in average. There's male and female. For male, it's 80.6, and female, it's about 86.4. So it's actually really extended. And if you look at the population, it's from 2050. Sorry for the typo. It's not 2060, but we are projecting that 40% of the 40% of the population will be above 65 by 2050. It's double the current size, or the current ratio. Is it going to be really serious? Are they going to have less good health, or are they going to participate less economically? So if you look at the ages between 65 to 75 and above 75, you can see that younger elderlies actually participate more economically and they're more active. And the ages above 75, you can see that they need more care and medical services as they get older. So this is the survey from Korea. So if you see, the orange is above 60, the economic participation, and the green line is between 15 to 29. So this is actually now matching. So it means that the elderlies are really active in actively participating in the economy, and even if they're older than 70, they are really active in employment, agriculture, and services. And in the past, the elderly were considered as non-economically active, but now it's no longer valid. We also do the elderly supplementary survey, and among these surveys, we ask them whether they have the willingness to re-enter the workforce after their retirement. And recently, about 69.4% of people said yes to this. And if you look at the types of job, part-time employment, knowledge and experience-based occupations. So this means that the elderly should be viewed as more productive resources, not as those that need dependency. This shows the time use. So you can see that those over 65 actually have an increase in paid work and leisure. So this is a very long, this has a long history, the survey itself, because we've been doing this survey for 25 years, and this time is decreasing, but the elderly are spending actually more of this paid work and leisure. So this is very different than the past. And if you look at the leisure, they are also using smartphones or they use other ICT devices. So the elderly are trying to learn more technology and play more sports. So the elderly are not just the dependents, but now they can also contribute to society more. This is the elderly statistics. We have grouped many statistics related to the elderly, and if you look at the health indicators, many aged over 65 are capable of independent living, and there's a rise of the ICT usage, as I have told you before. And what's interesting is related to this graph. The perception of elderly age, we actually did a survey on it, and 79.1% of them said that actually it should be over 70 instead of 65. So compared to the current standard, they actually think that it's 70, not 65. So dependency or care should not be only measured by age, but we should also take consideration of this health, technology, and social participation. So if you look at many statistics, I think we need a new definition. We should shift away from the age-based definition to function and role-based definitions. And this dependency means that you need to also consider economic, social, and health aspects. And elderly are not a dependent group, but they can be seen as a potential resource. So my conclusion is that for policy and statistics, we should actually move away from the old and traditional way of defining elderlies, and we should think of them as the multi-layered and dynamic group. From our ministry, we actually defined the elderly as over 65, but we actually define it over 65, over 70, over 75, and over 80, so that we can make more different classifications in the word of elderly. And for the elderly statistics that I am in charge of, we are trying to research many different aspects of the elderly, and we do a special analysis. Like I said, we look at age, health status, economic status, and also social contribution, and we're thinking of considering these for our surveys and our research. So we need also international cooperation, just like this symposium, so with UNFPA. So I hope that we can do more of these collaborations in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think it already touches on many points we'll be discussing throughout the symposium. What is old? You know, this has to do with economics, with health, with education, with functional abilities, with so many other things, the way we are defining it. And I think that's also a very good segue, in fact, into our next presentation by Ritu Sadana. Ritu, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all at UNFPA, as well as from the Republic of Korea. And I have to say congratulations to Suni and the 7 Princesses for reimagining K-pop. Yes, I'm leading WHO Secretariat for the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, which has 4 action areas: integrated care, long-term care, combating ageism, and building age-friendly societies. And I have to say that although WHO is leading the technical implementation, it's really working across the UN and with development banks and civil society. And we're at the midpoint, so this meeting is really, I think, timely for us to consider as well what are things that we could highlight in the 2026 progress report that is mandated and that we will be presenting to the UN General Assembly next September. So I'd like to just point out somewhat the key points that I'll discuss over the next 5 or 6 minutes. On one hand, we want to recognize that longevity and population aging can't be addressed in a piecemeal approach. For example, there are so many articles in the popular press, but also in kind of journals and magazines, which point out what's not working. And I think what we need to do collectively is to say, what's the evidence that actually works and that connects what's happening earlier on in life to later on in life, recognizing that adolescents, adults are making decisions that matter not only for themselves, for their future selves, but also for the next generation. I think we're very clear that healthy aging doesn't start at age 60 or 65. It's not homogeneous marker of capacity or ability, as noted by Kim Jong-un. Thank you. And I think my key message is that we need to translate evidence on what can be done. I really appreciate the descriptive data, the longitudinal analyses, the epi studies. But we also need to have those intervention studies that evaluate what is the impact. And I think there's been some work that we've collectively done looking at, for example, SDG indicators. We had a publication last year on making older people visible in the SDGs, where we worked together with 20 national statistics offices, including from the Republic of Korea, to show that information informs national policy when it's disaggregated, not just 60 plus, but actually showing that you need to have much more refiner information because it's not just age, small age. We have to look at much smaller age groups. And just to echo the opening remarks this morning, longer lives, including the doubling of life expectancy, gives us really a new way to consider what it means to be human. And I think the story about your grandmother is very important for us to understand. We each have maybe stories that we refer to. I don't think this is a tsunami, but really an opportunity. So with that, what we're trying to propose is we should take a life course approach. And what do we mean by a life course approach? It includes a good start to life, optimal development of infants, children's, adolescents, and youth, as well as adult health and well-being, and healthy aging, but as well, we must consider a dignified death at any age. And we need to do this so that it enables practice. Practice not only with ministries of health and programs that are really important, like universal health coverage, but I think as already touched on in the keynote address and others this morning, what does this mean for not only the health sector, but education, social protection, labor, and then you can add many other sectors from housing to transport and others where making lives age-friendly matters at every life stage. So now as this session is billed as one that focuses on definitions and measurements, I thought I'd better show some data from different studies that may also be relevant not only for this session, but also for others like the one on functional ability, as well as engaging older people in the formal economy, or the need for policy analyses from multiple sectors. So the first slide shows the percentage change in healthcare access and quality. It's an index produced by the collaborators of the Burden of Disease Network, and it looks at this information by age groups and socio-demographic index. And these are global estimates, a little bit disaggregated by the level of income for a country. And basically, what it shows is between 1990 and 2019, this index increased more for young people than for working and what is called working and post-working people, which I think is a category we can perhaps change those titles. But overall, the point from their analyses, which I think is quite interesting, it shows that why this is happening is that there's less funding for non-communicable diseases, there's less robust primary health care services for adults and older people, and there's a limited continuum of care, continuum including integrated care for older persons as well as long-term care, and that this does not then necessarily show that we are addressing needs across the life course. So we need to be able to ensure that the health improvements in adults and older people catch up to those in children. I am not arguing that we only invest in older persons or adults, but that we need to invest smartly in each life stage. Another figure shows an analysis of longitudinal country studies. It's in 26 countries, and basically they looked at people about the ages of 60 to 70 over a 10-year period. And they put together, it's the Athlos study group looking at primarily the health and retirement studies. And what they did is they came up with an index on healthy aging. It's not exactly the one that WHO is now promoting, but it's good enough. They tried to put together different indicators based on the data availability. But what's really interesting is looking at people, and I think it was something like, it's over 100,000 people they looked at, they could see that there were, across these countries, that there were 3 typical trajectories, but 3. and if you know, there are probably others, but in terms of what they, you know, in grouping at the population level, what they could see is that about 71% started relatively high on the y-axis, you can see, and they stayed relatively high. That's great. We need to know what enables these people to be at that level and be stable. They also found about a quarter started lower and stayed lower. So what is going on beforehand that didn't allow these individuals to be at a higher level? But there's also a small percentage, but very important, just a little over 3%, where they started high, but they had a dramatic drop. In fact, even lower than those who were the low stable group. What happened and what can be done? So even when we're looking at older people, we need to recognize that there are investments that can be made in that life stage that can make a difference, but we also have to understand what is happening before. And that's really one of the reasons why we're really promoting a life course approach. It's not just because it sounds nice, it's because it can make a big difference. So one more figure, which I think hits exactly on the topic of this session, is that we can see when we look at the difference between life expectancy, which we already know has doubled over the last century and a half, in comparison to healthy life expectancy. And whether it's at birth or what I'm showing here at age 60, this is disaggregated. The women are in rose and the men are in blue, very stereotypical, but it helps to promote, to clarify that there is a difference. The gap between 2000 and 2019 for men is about 4 years and a little more than 5 years for women at the beginning of this century, and it's actually increased for the latest data I'm showing. WHO actually has later data, but it's so driven by COVID that we're hoping next year to have data that's not driven by COVID so we can update this. The point of this graph, though, is that it masks something really important. Richer people in every country, their healthy life expectancy is actually getting better, and that gap doesn't exist. And so we know, whether it's in a low-income country, in a high-income country, the small-scale studies show that. So we know this gap doesn't need to occur. And this is about inequalities. And those inequalities are accumulated over a life course, of course, because this is the data that actually presents that. So now I'll just move on to the next one. So what is our response? And I'm soon ending, Michael, don't worry. We've spent the last 3 years working with global experts in each life stage, our colleagues from many UN agencies, including UNFPA. We had a lot of discussion, is it life course or life cycle? And we went with life course because we believe life cycle was more about the reproductive life cycle, and this is broader than that. To say that, well, we really want to put the accent on action. So we have a heuristic, and it recognizes that there are structural determinants, including social position that reflects gender, ethnicity, and socioeconomic markers that stratify people, intermediary determinants, including individual and household assets, and more proximal determinants, including services and systems, which all of us are very much engaged with, because these are the ones that are very amenable to policy. I think the other ones are as well, except for genetic inheritance, but we're very much working in that systems and policy space so that people have better lived experiences. Of course, there's lots of literature, as I mentioned before, from longitudinal studies, as well as all around the development origins of health. But we know that early risks to health and well-being, for example, in adolescence, are associated with 70% of preventable deaths from NCDs in adulthood, including 50% of mental health illnesses that are established by roughly the age of 14. And other data shows probably 3/4 are established by the age of 24 that explain something like 15% of the differences in physical and mental capacities among older people. So this framework is informed by social determinants approaches, understanding a broader economics for health for all. It also considers how do we level up people as early as possible to address health inequalities and other inequalities, and very importantly, to promote intergenerational development. It's not only accumulating benefits for older people, but we have to recognize that older people are actually supporting a lot of younger people to do well, and that part of why we want to really focus on adult health and well-being is that men and women and other genders, when they're potentially thinking about having children, what they do matters for the next generation. So we agree that we need to optimize these health trajectories, not only the absence of disease. And I'll come back to that just before concluding. We want to increase people's capacities in each life stage, as I mentioned, for the next generation, and that we also want to enable well-being. And we have all kinds of normative classifications to help tease out what the difference is. Of course, none of those are set in stone. They reflect conversations and endorsements by member states. But I think it does enable us to have a conversation where we can have the same terms. And I think the discussion on updating what does it mean to be an older person, I think is really helpful, and maybe that's something we can include in the UNGA report based on the conversations here and what you're planning to do over the next, several months. Let me just move to, I think, my last slide. Is that in order for us to do this, though, we need to work and ensure that we have evidence. And the evidence can be in a range of different ways. Our contribution is that we've taken this holistic approach. In this report that I'll show you in a moment, the QR code for, we've come up with 6 principles, but the principles only matter if you can translate it into action. So we've looked at capacities that are important for health, education, and contributing to society and communities at any age. Again, not just the absence of disease. So this includes, and what I'm showing here is cognition, but also locomotion or physical movement, psychological capacity, sensory capacities. For children, what does it mean for them to thrive? For older adults or adults, how do you maintain vitality? As well as a very basic human capacity, and that's sexual and reproductive capacity. So for each life stage in the report, we've summarized existing evidence, not only WHO guidance, but also from others, on why investing in each life stage for that particular capacity is important, what can be done, the actual evidence from interventions, and of course there's gaps, and we've noted that as well, and also how does this impact well-being? Because we're trying to make a distinction that what you do for capacities is not necessarily the same as what actually promotes well-being. And again, it may seem like an arbitrary distinction, but we've tried to make it clear, because what we really want to do is ensure that we invest in each life stage to optimize this development. And I think I do have one more slide. So if we pull together, remember that original slide I showed on trajectories of older persons only from about age 60 to 70. So here is pulling that out to cover the entire life course. And we're showing here a hypothetical trajectory where, again, the y-axis is health and well-being, and the x-axis are life stages. These are critical and sensitive periods, not age groups, although you can assign an age to it. But it's really important that these critical and sensitive periods, and that's using the life course approach, are really constructed based on biological aspects, but also social aspects. And those social aspects are changing. And it's not only changing because of society, but you could even say the epigenetics. So I've been reading that there's new MRI studies showing that maybe adolescence actually doesn't end until about age 32. That's much different than what we've been looking at. Under older adults, I've put a dotted line because on one hand, the age after 60 or 65 is expanding tremendously. And the question is, do we put all those years only as part of older adults? Or can we reconfigure what it means to be human and put those years in different life stages? I actually think it's already happening. And if you think again, as we talked about it in the morning session, that life expectancy used to be 40 years. Life expectancy now in many, many countries is around 75 to 80 or 85. What it means to be human is very different. And that transformation isn't stopping right now. And I think we're really a group of people who can think about this in much greater detail. So, we need to optimize development. It's not as if all the SDGs, even for children, are, done with. We still have those challenges. But we need to build that reserve, and you can say maintain health or a range of capacities. But I will also argue for well-being and the right to health and dignity, that even when you have declines in those capacities, that we maintain well-being for individuals. And I don't have time to go into these various different interventions that can bump up those trajectories, or the things that happen, the negative exposures, as we say, that actually can bring down those trajectories. Those are all multi-sectoral as well. So I'd just like to leave some final thoughts that we can together support implementation of existing strategies, calling on a life course approach, and ensuring that older adults are represented in those strategies. We can also continue to identify evidence-based services for each life stage that promote not only better health, but also well-being. And of course, WHO is very interested in health, and we want to be able to strengthen all objectives of universal health coverage with ministries of health and our partners. And this is including expanding coverage of quality services for people of all ages, and integrated care and long-term care are really important for that. Finally, I would just really have a plea that we shape investments and support, not only in the health sector, but also with other sectors, and we align them so they don't have all of these different age cutoffs. But that, and I fully support what you requested, that we think about capacities and abilities as a way to consider what are the benefits and objectives of sectors working together. And I think here you can access the framework, and I have to say thank you so much. I look forward to continuing the conversation today and tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, Ritu. We learned that it's not just a number of older persons that is increasing. Also, the life expectancy is increasing of people. Healthy life expectancy is increasing, although not as much as life expectancy. So we have a little bit of a gap here. We also learned that healthy life doesn't magically start at the age of 60. Yeah, it is really dependent on the way we live life from the earliest ages on. Okay, and by the conditions that we have, not just by our own behavior, but the conditions in which we were born. So I think this is all excellent, and we have to reflect more on this. It's also about, and we learned a lot from you about possible interventions, and that there's no piecemeal approach. I think these are very important takeaways from your presentation. But let me now turn to the guys' table, from the women's table, if you like. Sorry, I didn't make the setup. Nicholas, you have the floor. Yeah, you can speak from here, from the lectern. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. So adding to the very informative talks that we've heard so far, I wanted to share a few slides that get into these dependency ratios. So it's a way of putting all of this information we've been talking about into one number now, and how that shapes the narrative on demographic change. So first off, I wanted to start by just showing a couple of headlines. There were plenty to choose from when I searched, but these are just a few talking about extinction or a sharp decline in living standards, which are very strong statements. And the point of showing this is that very often there's these huge statements which are backed by a foundation of this age dependency ratio that we've been talking about. That's the foundation for all of the implications that are feared. But as we know, so that the assumptions behind those ratios are that those aged 15 or 20 to 64 are productive, and those outside of those ages are unproductive. But I wanted to just ask, is that a reasonable assumption? And as we've been hearing so far, increasingly, that is not such a reasonable assumption. Now, similar to what we heard in the keynote speech, there's a need for multidimensional thinking about demographic change, because populations are aging, yes, but they're also getting healthier, more educated, more economically active. Here are just two examples we just saw in our last presentation about the difference between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. It's this common, there's this more or less consistent gap, so that's a reason for optimism that healthy life expectancy in many cases is keeping pace with life expectancy. And similarly, there's been a dramatic change in the educational structure of the population, but I won't spend more time on that because we've covered it. Now, in terms of this dependency ratio, so the balance between those who are needing support and those who are contributing, we can see the traditional picture for the map on the left. And there, as expected, the regions of the world which are younger have much, they stand out as having lower burden than the more aged societies, with Japan being the highest. Now, if you look on the right, there's the health-adjusted dependency ratio, which kind of changes the picture quite remarkably. You can see that many of the youngest countries of the world are all of a sudden not as free of burden, and those that are older, many of them, because of their stronger health status, are actually in a much better position, and that is certainly true for the countries of East Asia. So it's far more optimistic. Now, also when you account for education and labor force participation, this chart shows this completely different story that can be told. On the upper line, you have the age dependency ratio, which shows, in this case, an example of Romania, with a very dramatic increase, and you can understand why many of the headlines talk about, well, collapse or panic and all these things. However, if you look at those who are actually working and those who are not working, you get the red line, which is far less dramatically changing. Then if you account for the fact that the educational composition is changing and there's productivity benefits from that, as measured by income, you see it shifts down yet again, near stable over this period. And finally, if we have a scenario where we think about increasing labor force dependency, labor force participation over time. In this case, if the men and women of Romania would gradually participate at levels seen in Sweden over these coming decades, then there's actually quite a notable decline in dependency. So this tells like I'm saying, a completely different story from what is often told. Now, just to end with a couple of takeaways, the definition of dependency is not academic or technical or a trivial question. It really fundamentally changes the story that we tell about aging and other forms of demographic change. Also, it might be tempting to use the age dependency ratio because they're easy to calculate, but very often it's ultimately misleading. Also, these more nuanced perspectives that I showed just briefly reveal that many countries are in far better positions than the common story says. And lastly, human capital, so that includes health, education, labor force participation, skills. Those are decisive factors when we talk about demographic change, and that's particularly true in the highly developed settings where there's strong performance by those measures. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Niklas, so much. What we learn here is that also, again, you know, it's not just the number of 65 that really matters. What matters is how we engage older persons, how we invest in their human capital and the opportunities we give them to participate. And so dependency has nothing to do with the age of 65 as such. It really has to do with how we're making use of the population that is 65 years or older, and if we can productively employ them, if we can increase labor force participation rates in some countries, there might not even be a growing burden of dependency. So I think that's also a very important takeaway. It creates there is policy space that we can use to address a growing burden of old age dependence, if you like. But with that, let me turn to our discussant, Stuart, and to reflect on these presentations and maybe tell us, when is old old?
When is old old? I just think we should stop saying old. I don't think it really serves any purpose. I mean, my students think I'm old, and I'm 45. You know, they say, "But you're old, Stuart. You don't understand." Professor, don't call me Stuart. Professor, you don't understand. You're old, right? I'm 45. So I'm classified in the same way as if you're 100, right? So and I think this is the issue that we have to think of is about the relativity of age and how we define age. You know, we use 60 and 65 a lot as a boundary for old age. I mean, like, it's not as if, you know, you're 59 and 364 days and full of health and everything's fine and wonderful, and then at 12 midnight you flick over and you're 60 and nothing works anymore, right? My legs are not working, I'm old, my attitudes have changed. Nothing happens physiologically, right? So when we think about what it means to be old, of being 60 or 65, this is a concept from Europe from the 19th century, right? This is we're using numbers which are 150 years old, right? We're using Bismarckian concepts, which are not just a European concept, but based around what it was to be a person at that age who is going to work for a certain number of years and then is going to not work for a certain number of years. Not to retire necessarily as we think, but just to kind of not work and then slowly die. That was the 19th century concept of aging, and then you would receive some support from the government in order to do that, right? So that's why I think when we talk about age and aging, we need to kind of update this to what we're trying to say today. I mean, when we talk about old age, what it means, this number of 60 or 65, when you're a 60-year-old in Seoul and a 60-year-old in Sierra Leone, there's two very different things. A 60-year-old in Seoul in 1950 is very different to a 60-year-old in Seoul in 2050, and yet we're still using these same kind of boundaries. And that's why I think the work that you're doing at MODIS is amazing, right? To really update this and to try to go beyond that, because it's become so entrenched, right? And so, of course, one thing that we can do is we develop these prospective aging measures, which we've all we've implied. So that the idea that if you, instead of saying, well, as a 60-year-old, you have certain characteristics, or a 70-year-old, you could flip it around and say, well, if you've got 5 years remaining life expectancy or 10 years remaining life expectancy, then actually that might classify you as being older in some way. And then we can calculate these dependency ratios exactly as Nicholas talked about there. But then, again, of course, we could argue that even the notion of a dependency ratio is not very helpful. And we'll see this in the next session, I think, on national transfer accounts, that we use this notion of dependency based upon a 19th century concept, right? That you have these people pay in and these people take out. The money goes in, the money comes out. Well, of course, in certain pension systems, in European pension systems, it's still like that. But today, it is not as straightforward as that. It's much more complicated than that, and particularly in our part of the world. And again, this is something that National Transfer Accounts has talked about. But I'm also, I mean, I think just so I think all of these presentations were really at the cutting edge of showing how we need to reframe this. We look at this in a holistic way, in a life course way, looking at different characteristics, where we're just saying that age is only one dimension, right? It's only one dimension, and that's why I think the language that we use is very important. Because when we say the elderly, we define older people only by their age, I think. You know, in Britain, it's common, you see this in many parts of the world, this is like a road sign which they put in front of like care homes, and it says like elderly people. And there's a picture of two heterosexual couple. The man normally wears a hat. They're both leaning forward on a stick, right? Carrying a stick like this. So it's this impression that we say, well, if you're elderly, that is the characteristic that we're going to apply to you. That is your defining characteristic. Whereas actually, age is just one dimension. And I think that was one of the things which came out of this conversation. And then just the last thing I just wanted to say, again, about language, the language that we use. I really struggled with this use of the word tsunami this morning. Maybe if you live in this part of the world, you're very sensitized by this. No one likes a tsunami. Nothing good comes out of tsunamis, right? And I think if we could stop using that term, that would be, and I think that, you know, I wasn't, you stole my line, okay, about that. I don't think that's positive. But also, it's not, aging is not only an opportunity, right? I think there will be challenges associated with aging. There will be opportunities associated with aging. And it's just a reality of the transition that we are going through, and that we have to respond to that. But also, I think even the word dependency, I'd get rid of the word dependency as well. It's a horrible word. It's not even true. It doesn't mean anything. Older people are not dependent on working people. What does it mean to be working people? Again, this is fundamentally based on a 19th century European concept a very narrow specific context around pay-as-you-go pensions, right? So it's not the reality of the redistribution of resources or the allocation of resources or life cycle saving of resources over time, but it's also, it implies, I mean, I'm afraid the word was used as well, burden. How do we lower the burden? How do we make older people more productive? I don't think this is the right way we should be approaching this, right? This word dependency assumes somehow that older people are a nuisance, right? That we have a big problem and that we have to decrease dependency. And I think one of the best things that demographers can do, because we invented this term, is to stop using this term. Is to stop using the term dependency ratio and stop using the word dependency, even though it's all over the room here. I'm sorry, I should have said this before all the posters were printed, right? But I think if we can stop using the word dependency, that would be a very clear, in the same way as we've moved towards the definition of older persons as something which, I think we nearly universally have taken up. I think if we could move away from using the word dependency, that would also really help to reframe and move away from the way the current narrative around aging is designed towards exactly what our speakers have been doing today, which is a much more holistic approach where age is just one dimension of a life cycle change.
Yes, thank you, Stuart, for these reflections. I didn't think I would ever come to the defense of demographers as an economist, but I must tell you that with all these considerations in mind and how problematic that definition of dependency is in old age, from a policy perspective, I think it's quite useful to reflect on the significant increase in the number of older persons, okay, in the increase of the share of older persons, because if systems are not adjusted, if retirement age isn't postponed, it does have hugely important implications for how we finance old age. It has implications for dependency. Yeah. So I think we have to look maybe at this term from a systems perspective and from an individual perspective. And we have both of these perspectives. Yeah.
But Michael, sorry, we can have an argument on stage in front of everybody, but if you're worried about the number of people claiming a pension going up in the future, then say this is the share of the proportion of the population who are eligible to claim a pension. You don't need to call it dependency. If you say we're worried about the number of people suffering from chronic long-term diseases who will need care in the future, then age is not really a good predictor of that. Then you say, well, these are the numbers that we have for the people at the moment who are suffering from long-term, who need long-term chronic care services. We can project that into the future. And so even if to say, instead of, because you're absolutely right, but to say, just say the share of a population or the percentage of a population, not as a dependent population. You could say, well, these are the people who are in work, the people who are not in work. That's fine to make a ratio of those two things. These are the people who are suffering from chronic long-term illnesses. These are the people who are not. So it's not about looking at the share. It's just, I think it's just that one particular word and its connotations. That's what I'm kind of arguing against. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, look at these changes over time at all.
Yeah, no problem. Look, no problem. Look, I think what's important from a societal perspective is to recognize there are people who, from the economics perspective, there are people who contribute, there are people who take out more, okay? From a health perspective, there are people who need support, there are people who don't need support, okay? But certainly I think what comes out of these presentations is that you can't say above 65, below 65, or even above 60 or below 7, or whatever the cutoff is, you fall into this or that category. I think that's not right? And we heard it from Kim Yi-Un's presentation. If you ask 65-year-olds, how old do you consider yourself old? Almost 80% are saying, no, we think maybe those 70-year-olds, they are old. Yeah? I wonder what the 70-year-olds would ask, yeah, or respond when you were to ask them, do you feel old? Yeah? And I think this will be also extremely different from society to society. Yeah? I mean, in a society where life expectancy is 65 years on average, you ask somebody in their 70s whether they feel old, they might say yes, okay? And maybe in Korea they might say no, okay? So, but that also, you know, I think has implications. How do we look then at old or at aging, you know, in a cross-country perspective? So we can say in Korea, you know, with this economic system, with these capabilities that we're measuring in older persons, with these, you know, with their labor force participation, a more appropriate measure of old would be X, Y, Z. Yeah, but that's not necessarily applicable in other countries of the world. So how do you do cross-country comparison? It, you know, is somewhat of a challenge, and that you have to come to terms with, because at some point, to learn from societies and how they deal with aging, you also have to look at cross-country dynamics, and we'll hear more about this afternoon. National transfer accounts have a particular way of looking at this. So I think, look, it's an incredibly important conversation. I certainly don't want to put a lid on this. But Ritu, I saw that you had a hand up. Do you want to come in? So let's open this for discussion, okay? And then also I would already like to invite everyone. Yes, I see Sabine on the floor to participate in this conversation. Ritu.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Stuart, for your reflections. I think one of the comments that Kim you made in terms of time use data is really important as a basic way for us to understand what people actually do. And it's good because everyone has 24 hours, and we should sleep for part of that. And I think time use data has shown that children sometimes aren't only studying but also working. And do we want to encourage that or not? It depends on what they're doing. Because the work may be supporting farms and families, but it may also be taking away from optimizing their development. I think time use also enables us to look at what do men and women do and what's actually valued. And this is really important in not only the care economy, which we're hearing a lot about, but also just equalizing that a lot of, as we know, what women do is not valued, nor is it then invested in. And what we have found is that when policymakers know what women are doing that is actually not paid but contributing to society, that they are likely to invest in those areas, both to increase payment but also recognition. And this includes also in a range of Latin American countries, South American countries, where clear policy decisions have made a difference based on time use data. Anyway, I won't go on, but just to say that you can apply the same for time use data of older persons and account for what they're doing. And I think this is a really important point in recognizing what's dependency, what's output, because the formal work and formal work economy is not necessarily going to capture all of these other contributions.
네, 방금 저희 생활시간 조사 관련해서.
So about the time use, you mentioned something really important. Yes, in the survey for the time use, as you said, let's say that in age group, like you can actually see very detailed time use of the age group. So those over 65, if we classify them more, they have more time spent for getting paid. And male and female, depending on their health status, you can actually see whether they work more or work less. And about the dependency, we can also analyze something based on the survey. One of the questions is that, do you need care? So in the time use survey. So when we analyze the time used by elderlies, those that need care and those that don't need care, you can see the difference between the people and how they use the time. So you can actually use these data for policy making.
Yes, thank you. We had a hand up back there. Any other hands? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Sabine Henning. I'm with the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific based in Bangkok. I've worked in the region for almost 8 years now. I need to respond to the tsunami. I think this is language and the narrative that we here in Asia Pacific should be staying away from, in particular when it comes to people and organizations talking to policymakers. And also, it's not only that, per se we should stay away from, but if you think about a tsunami is triggered by an earthquake. I think we didn't have such an earthquake. Many of us have looked at the numbers many years ago and knew this was coming and happening. So it's not that big of a surprise, but we should continue to look into the future and see what's happening there and prepare accordingly. And I think that's where the problem lies, that we haven't put in place policies that could have addressed the tsunami if there were such a tsunami. Just to say that especially in Asia Pacific, and this is a fact, many countries are aging and transitioning from an aging to an age society in very little time. And so that might trigger the perception of this is coming on very, very quickly. But as I said, the numbers have been there for some time. Just to remind people who are not from Asia Pacific, for example, I was just looking up the data, Maldives is taking 13 years to transition from an aging to an age society. Vietnam, 17 years, Laos, 22 years. So very little time to countries and governments and societies in general to respond to these significant changes. Now this is just in response to what we heard in the first session. Regarding the discussion just now, and thank you for enlightening us and trying to look at this from a broader perspective, and we fully agree that the dependency metaphor and term that we have been using all along is not the appropriate one. But just to say that I looked at also retirement ages, statutory retirement ages across the region. And just to remind people that, again, countries here, Mongolia has a retirement age for men at 60 and women at 55. Bangladesh, 60 for men and women. Iran, 62 and 55. So I think that is something, the dependency issue and the, what is old, 60 or 65, to a side, but what are countries are doing with these ages and how are they implementing it? And, and what can we do about making this, the broadening the understanding vis-a-vis countries that, implementing a statutory retirement age of 55 for women in the formal labor market, and as we all know, many women are not working there, but sending them back home, and then of course ending up in the informal labor market. So the relationship between of what these numbers mean there for us and what they sometimes mean for countries and people on the ground is very important. Another point I would like to make is a call for data. It's wonderful to have these new measures, which we all would like to use, but it's important that we also have measures that countries can easily use and reflect upon. And again, we're talking in Asia Pacific about a region that is very diverse and the level of development is not all the same. So what can we do? How can we build capacity so that we have numbers that reflect more accurately on what's happening on the ground? I'd also want to throw in one more point about what some of this might mean in national context, because aging and living together and dependency might have very different meanings in different countries. And I think we need to be cognizant of the context for Asia Pacific in this regard. What we are trying to advocate more and more, and of course I'm coming from MIPA, which is the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, which is our global guiding document on population aging. Of course, we recognize the UN Decade of Healthy Aging and see those two as complementing each other. But MIPA is also, if you read it carefully in the preface, it talks about building societies for all ages. And I think that's where we should be heading. We should not be thinking about silos anymore, and I think we heard this all throughout. We think about how countries and the different age groups can coexist together for longer periods of time. And with that, I give it back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabine, for these very important contributions. I think many things you're saying really, echo also what has been said here. I think it's important to recognize dependency. There's a personal dimension to this. How capable are we as people at what age? What can we independently do? There's also a societal dimension which makes us dependent or not. A retirement age. If that's a mandatory retirement age, it tells me I have to retire. I can't work anymore. It pushes me into a dependency, potentially, okay? So, but then also how rich dependency is defined. We have spoken here about health. We've spoken a little bit about economic dependencies and what that means. You have added another dimension, cultural dependencies. Yeah? In different cultures, we might have a very different perception of what it means to be dependent. And maybe it's not necessarily seen as dependent, living together. So I think it's, thank you for adding these important points. Niklas, I give the floor to you.
Yes, well, thank you for bringing up about retirement ages. I just wanted to mention that in the second to last slide that I showed, where there's a chance of actually bringing the dependency levels down over time in certain countries. A lot of that has to do with the labor force participation rates, which are, of course, very much tied into the whole question of retirement age and whether or not that's linked to life expectancy. And so it's just another opportunity or another way of thinking about this topic, which is that there's some demographic changes are here to stay, as we've discussed about aging, but the impacts are much more open or to be determined in terms of dependency. So, and maybe I can just add too that I think that my thought on the discussion that we've had about dependency is that I think we shouldn't throw away the concept, and there's a lot of interest in it from governments and policymakers and media for a reason, because it reflects real concerns, but my position would be to make it reflect reality as much as possible by refining the measures and using data that's available.
Just thank you very much, Sabina. Just one little thing is, again, this exactly what you're talking about is this thing that goes back to where this all started in the 19th century, when retirement and pension and old was the same thing, right? It was all packaged up together as one big thing. You retired, you got your pension the same day, and then you were classified as old and dependent, and everything went together. And of course, one thing we have to do is to de-link those three things, right? And we know even today that, you look at, in Germany, the typical age of exiting the labour market has nothing to do with the pension age. There's a very big difference, right? In Myanmar, there is no private sector retirement age. The civil service retirement age in Myanmar is 62. The social pension age, when it was introduced, was 90, right? So now it's 85, it's a bit better. But so you have this huge gap there, so this kind of de-linking of these two things. So not just about age, but about retirement and pension. And again, thinking about, well, what does it mean to be retired? If you spent your whole life working in the informal sector, being retired it's a peculiar concept, right? Being retired is not the same as working in a shop in Britain and then going to live in Benidorm when you're 60 for 20 years, right? This is a completely different concept, right? So we're thinking about what retirement means and about pensions as well. In Hong Kong, SAR, we don't have pensions. We have mandatory provident fund, the same in Singapore, in Malaysia. But if you have mandatory provident fund, then a lot of your concerns about pensions, just disappear, because it's not about redistributed money. It's about your own personal pension pot going over but we still use these measures in Singapore or in Malaysia or in Hong Kong. We'll still use these dependency measures, which actually have got no grounding in the actual public financial redistribution systems that we have in place there.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. Any other comments, questions from the floor? Rito, do you want to? Andreas, I see you itching. Okay. Eduardo.
Thank you. I think all these are fluid concepts that need to be evolving. I'm thinking about the impact of, we spoke about the impact of health, the impact of education levels and all that in understanding old age. But how about artificial intelligence that is galloping nowadays? Your friend Michael, Elon Musk is saying that in 20 or 30 years, work will be obsolete. That means that there will be hardly any need for work. So can we imagine a society in 2050 with a strong development of artificial intelligence? Issues like productivity per person, per worker, will be hugely boosted. About an older person, 70 years old, can be working and having the productivity that now a 40-year-old has. So I think we need to take all these concepts in a very flexible manner. These are not written on stone, and you know, sometimes we work not only with the concepts of the 19th century, as Stuart says, but with the concept of the 20th century, which is still in the past. But the new concepts, the new ways of dealing it are just being developed, are being built. The challenge for policy makers is, how do I design policies that are valid for today and the next 10 years or so? So I don't have the answers, but more questions, I think, than I had 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I had more certainties about aging and economics and all that. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. And I actually think Eduardo just added another point. So we spoke about intrinsic abilities, functional capabilities that might define whether you're dependent or not. We spoke about societal, restrictions that make you dependent or not, like a retirement age. But there's also exogenous factors that will determine whether you're dependent or not, which has to do with technological change. Yeah? Something that we might not have thought about. It will change everything. Yeah? The way we live, the way we interact, and how productive we are. Okay, and so I think that's also another very important point. Paul, I saw you had a hand up.
Thanks, Herman. I actually wanted to pick up, I think, on something that Ritu said a lot earlier, which is, about how this fundamental, actually, of this whole aging society and all the changes that we're seeing, at its core, actually ask questions about what it means, actually, to be human. And at the Seoul Foundation in Singapore, one of the things I wanted to share was a set of dialogues that we led through workplaces, but also through some research that we have been doing, looking at these multi-generational workplaces. So you have everything in organizations like Singapore Airlines, from the Gen Zs all the way to the boomers who are still working in the company. And what comes across actually as being really interesting is the challenge actually that the Gen Zs are throwing on the table to the boomer managers, to the Gen Xers, a person like myself, where they want to know why they're working. The fundamental question that they are asking a lot of these Gen Zs is, yes, we get it. All of you were working really, really hard to save the country, to build the country, to make it rich. But now that you've got all this money, what's it for? It's a very fundamental question I think a lot of the Gen Zs are asking. We have all this money. What does it mean to be developed? Right? Stop telling us, about how the country has to strive for survival, struggle for survival. Of course, these things are all really important. I mean, nobody wants, a country to go down the tubes in an economic sense. But I think it's a valid question that, a lot of the Gen Z workers say, don't just tell me about the key performance indices or my profit target that I have to hit. Tell me what difference I'm making to society. And this is actually the fundamental point of friction between boomer managers, Gen X managers, and Z workers. Because the Z workers need to have a sense of meaning and purpose behind why they're doing a thing. So perhaps I think, going back to, what Rito presented a little bit earlier, yes, I mean, a lot of development that we're all engaged in is about lifting a lot of people out of poverty, getting countries developed. But I think a fundamental challenge that longevity societies raise is, well, when you get there, what's it for? And this is what we're hearing from the Gen Z voices. So maybe it's this question not so much of dependence or the other thing, building long-term care systems for independence, but maybe a fundamental question I think that society hasn't addressed is, what is interdependency in this type of society? Where different age groups have different viewpoints, different needs or resources. And just to complete the story, a very good friend of mine is an extremely successful doctor in Singapore, and he came to see me, and he was kind of in a state of some despair because he had educated his son to a very high level, and he said, Paul, what do I do? It's like, I don't know how to react to him. He wants to be a sushi chef. And I said, what's wrong with that? He's going to die. He can't make money being a sushi chef. And I said, have you seen some of our sushi restaurants in Singapore? But you get one, that's the point. He's got a particular mindset and a particular way of being, and it's kind of interesting that, his son is saying, no, Dad, thanks very much, but I'll be okay. I'm going to go cut fish. You're cutting people up for a living. I'll cut fish. Like, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Look, when we invited this panel, I thought this would be an interesting conversation about dependencies. That's why we have these folks on a panel. But this has become rather philosophical, I think, about the meaning of life and what it means to be old and what it means to be human. So I think this is quite a different, track it took. But I think I really enjoyed this conversation. We don't have a lot of more time for this panel. So let me just ask one more time into the room whether anybody wants to make. Okay, Andreas, you're the last one, and then I want to give it back to the panel for final reflections.
Turn it on. Okay. Thank you, Michael. I was just about to jump on the Venus bandwagon here. I would argue all what you talked about, the health-adjusted ratios, the prospective dependency. I think it will remain most an academic concept until we see it implemented in the law. And this seems to be a major challenge at the moment because most aging countries are even struggling making the adjustments they should have made 10 or 20 years ago. In this sense, there's always this note that all these contributions of older people, of the better educated people, they will happen in kind of a voluntary fashion. But I think it's easy to do the calculations. This will not be enough to ensure the sustainability of pension systems. So at some point, you need to go do the policy work. And we are not even sure if there's still a democratic window for doing that at the moment, I think. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, Rito, why don't we start with you for final reflections?
Thank you. I mean, we're still having today and tomorrow, so this is, I hope, not final, but maybe just a couple of things. I mean, on one hand, just coming back to retirement ages, these are really negotiated within each country, the actual age, whether male or female, and I think that reflects a country's policy and social contracts. I do think that civil society has a very important role in these negotiations, including those who represent older people. I think labor unions are also highly important, and to recognize that the informal sector in many countries remains very large, and in some countries much larger than the formal sector. And I think that's why we do need to still advocate and develop universal health coverage or universal pensions as part of the global community providing evidence on ways to really support all people. Second, I think that evidence is something that we collectively can bring together. And this includes, once again, longitudinal analyses. Not all countries have longitudinal data. And I think what I tried to show and others have talked about is that a snapshot isn't good enough. We know that there are critical and sensitive periods across the life course, but there are also, even among older ages, again, this lumping of everyone over age 60 or 65, we're seeing that the science is showing maybe around 78, there's a period, a critical period. Of course, in every country, based on the actual information and the social context, that would be different. But we need to understand that great heterogeneity, but at the same time that there are opportunities. Just to end that, you know, even on the retirement side, when we have looked at analyses longitudinal in a lot of countries, we see there isn't this one-time exit from the labor market. There are partial working, there's in and out of the labor market, but again, what we can do as an international community, global community bringing evidence in, is maybe really advocate to get rid of perverse policies that are not good anywhere, such as people who are sick who have to still work. There's no reason we should promote that. Or you know, we're not promoting, but we should get rid of that. And we should also get rid of policies that people who are able are faced with this mandatory retirement. It seems that countries who are really concerned about the word dependency should really move back from mandatory retirement ages, while still recognizing that younger people are entering the market and that they should have a place, because I think there's this, I'm going to use the word fantasy, that if older people who are able and stay in the labor market are somehow preventing younger people from entering. And I just don't know if that's really, if that's a myth that we need to bust very clearly. But again, we need real studies that are longitudinal, probably a mix of qualitative and quantitative studies in countries. Anyway, I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
We have a lot of talks today, and I'm in charge of the elderly statistics, and the theme is rethinking the old age dependency. So what is old? So I really thought about what is being old or elderly while I was trying to prepare the presentation. And I really did not see all of these different talks coming. And I really thought that many aspects should be included when we talk about the definition of elderly. And you talked about AI, and AI is really changing the world really fast. So I'm in charge of statistics, so I've been looking at the numbers, and pre-AI era, the numbers, I mean, we try to project the future without the AI, but right now we have a very shocking new thing that's called AI. So right now, from now on, when we produce and collect and analyze statistics, we need to actually consider more, including AI, and try to rethink of the concept and definition of the elderly. Thank you.
Yeah, so just, I mean, a couple of last little things. So just to finally, just to reflect on the presentations, and I think that it's such an important message to see that, you know, and actually just, I've been coming to these symposia for a long time now, and it's wonderful, as I feel like in the first ones, it was like, we're aging very rapidly, this is a big problem, we need more babies. And now we are like, no, this is not the way to approach this, right? Now we're like, okay, we're aging very rapidly, the framing around this has changed, but then we need to address it in its own way by looking at this in a holistic, joined-up way of looking at all these different ways of addressing this issue, and just having so many more levers to pull is much more optimistic. It's very difficult to do in this holistic way, but to have so many more levers to pull. The last, I mean, and just the very last thing is just to go back to what Sabina said earlier about the pace of aging which is occurring. And of course, you know, we have to, when we're looking around at different parts of the world, our responses in Europe, where there's been a pension system in place for 150 years, is going to be very different to our responses in Republic of Korea, where everything is aging, but there's a very, very big social welfare and health system, which is going to be very different again to Laos, which is aging very quickly, but there's very few systems in place. So we have to look at each one separately. And I think one thing, you know, this issue of the rapidity of change, which we're going to see even more over the 21st century, is we could look at that in two ways. On the one hand, yes, it can look a bit frightening that these institutions have got to adapt in a very, very short period of time. But on the other hand, you could say, well, actually, it could be more positive because these entrenched European concepts have not really had the time to be built in as foundational issues. If you want to change the retirement age in the UK by 2 months, they'll kick you out the next election, right? Well, they're probably going to get kicked out the next election anyway. It doesn't matter. They might as well add it by 5 years now. But whereas in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, in Latin America, where we see very rapid aging, I think there's more flexibility and more opportunity to bring in precisely the kinds of multidimensional ways of rethinking aging that is being proposed in this panel today.
Well, about the conversation with dependency, I think that it can be, of course, looked at in terms of fear, of burdens, as we've discussed, but at the same time, there's also an aspirational part of it, which is that it involves many goals that I think countries can broadly agree on, which is helping improve public health and ensuring the populations are active and productive, educated and skilled. And in a way, the conversation about dependency can kind of be a call to action to invest in all of those things and for the betterment of dependency, but also society as a whole.
Yes, thank you. I try to understand what the takeaways are for us in many ways from this conversation. I'm afraid my first point is that we agree that the definition of dependency is complicated. I don't think we have an answer. Yeah? It's complicated, it's rich, there's an economic dimension, there's a demographic dimension, there's even a cultural dimension, and it changes over time in context with technology and many other things. So I think maybe that's where we're at. The second point, I think we would agree that the term tsunami is probably not a good term to look at the aging of societies, okay? The third point, however, I want to underscore that the number of older people is increasing. The share of older people is increasing, yeah? And if societies don't adapt to that, it will pose challenges, okay? So I think that's very important. And I think, I don't think we can have a purely romantic outlook on, oh, everybody's living longer now, we live healthier, it's all rosy, yeah? Yes, from an individual perspective, that's all good. We all want to live longer, we all want to live healthier lives, that's great, and individual aging is an achievement of society. So demographic aging is, I'm not saying it's an achievement or not an achievement, it doesn't matter, it's a reality, yeah? So I think it's also, and we have to distinguish between the two, yeah? So individual aging is something to be proud of, this is development, yeah? We all want to live better, and there's only one direction of change that's acceptable. Societal aging, it's a fact, okay? Societies become older not only because people live longer, because fertility rates fall, because we have net emigration, if you like. There's other factors that determine societal aging. And we have seen the numbers, they are significant, yeah? And if societies don't adapt, if they remain, if they maintain a Bismarckian, if you like, social protection system and notion of social protection, that really can break systems. Okay, I think we have to be very clear. Now, we also heard about interventions in this conversation. So of course we have to empower older people to be active and healthy and be able to work for longer. Yeah? It's investing in human capital. It's also creating an environment that enables people to participate, maybe doing away with a retirement age, opposing ageism, yeah, that prevents many older people from participating as equals in societies, okay? However, I also think that just emphasizing this side of the equation without stressing that older people also need protection and support and need to be able to retire when they have to retire with appropriate social protection and pensions and live a decent life in dignity in older age, if we don't also emphasize that side of the equation, I think it's cynical. Okay, so I think, yes, we need to invest in people, we need to enable people, we need to enable their participation, but we also need to create societies that take care of everybody who needs to be taken care of at whatever age it is. So I'm not sure we have many more agreed conclusions from that conversation, but it's an ongoing conversation over the next couple of days, and already the session that we'll have this afternoon will touch a bit more on economic dependencies and national transfer accounts, and I'm really looking forward to continuing that conversation with all of you. And thank you to the panel. Thank you.
Many thanks to the moderator, presenters, and discussants of session 1. And I have a quick housekeeping announcement to make. On-site participants can scan the QR code on their name tag on the right-hand corner to download a program and the presentation materials. I had to make this announcement earlier. It's my bad, sorry about that. And now, you're now invited to the luncheon, symposium luncheon, which will be served at your seats. So it'd be very helpful if you can clear out the space in front of you a little bit. And with that, I'd like to wish you all a good lunch. And I ask you to come back to the venue by 2:15 so that we can proceed the afternoon sessions without the delay. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2:15. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our symposium soon. So if anyone is out there, please proceed inside the Maple Hall and take their seats so that we can proceed the next proceeding. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to invite all the participants of the Global Symposium for Low Fertility and Population Aging to proceed into the Maple Hall so that we can begin our afternoon session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And to ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. I'd like to also remind you that English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all the participants to prepare their receivers in advance and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone had a sumptuous lunch and are eagerly awaiting this next session on insights from national transfer accounts. We have a fantastic panel for this. And I think if you'll see in your program, I think the little blurb next to this session puts it very nicely, which is that we're shifting the conversation from an abstract discussion, although I thought it was sort of fairly well rooted, I think, into the realities of what population aging is, but in some sense to the real world. But I think what the National Transfer Accounts does, as I'm sure we will hear from our speakers and our discussants, is a critical tool, I think, that really helps us sort of make the linkages between the everyday lives or contributions of different population age groups with macroeconomic considerations in terms of flows of resources. So again, I don't want to editorialize too much, so perhaps we just kick things off. So our first speaker is Dr. Sung-Yup Lee, very well known to us in the UNFPA, a key ally. We think of you as one of our most important resources in this world of national transfer accounts. He's a professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you for inviting me, and I would like to thank UNFPA, especially Asia Pacific Regional Office, for their support for the last 22 years for this project. And I would also like to thank Ministry of Data and Statistics, the formerly Statistics Korea, for making NTA official national statistics. And actually they made this nice brochure, very pretty brochure for NTA and NTTA to promote their statistics. So it's very nice to be here. Next, so let me use this one. Actually, I have a 1-minute version and a 1-hour version, so, but I'll present about like 7 minutes. But people prefer actually 1-minute version. So we began with like 7 countries, but now more than 100 countries are constructing and using NTA, National Transfer Accounts. So why? The question is, why has NTA become so popular? And why actually Korea made it official statistics and followed by Colombia? Colombia made it official statistics. So there are many reasons, but the most important reason is actually population aging requires a very robust and practical policy tool. So in the morning, we talked about this a lot, right? So one option is we assume that individuals aged 15 to 64 are productive, and while the others are dependent, right? But we can actually adjust this one using labor force participation or health status. So we talked about productivity. We talked about this one in the morning, right? So the key difference is actually whether we can simulate the effect of policy intervention and demographic changes. For example, if we use labor force participation, increasing women's labor force participation does not change the dependency ratio if we use method 1, right? But if we actually use, labor force adjusted measure, then we can create another dependency ratio. We can actually adjust using productivity or something else, or productivity by education level, right? But more comprehensively, why not measure how people actually produce, consume, and transfer resources across ages? In that case, you can actually think about some examples like health aging, women's labor force participation, youth education, and efficient provision of a healthcare system. So suppose the country actually reduce the cost of healthcare cost, right? Then we can create some different dependency measures. Actually, in the morning, someone actually, Stuart also mentioned that, oh, I don't like this burden thing, But suppose the country can provide a very, very effective and cost-efficient healthcare system, then actually the actual dependency measure, right, will decrease a lot, and also provision of a pension system. So it's not just about the productivity side, but also consumption side and transfer side. We can change this concept. Actually, in NTA, we never use burden or dependency ratio. We actually use the opposite. We call it actually support ratio, but we never use like a tsunami, the word. Okay, we never use dependency because it sounds like a burden. But by changing these old systems, we can actually have a different system. That's actually basically what people actually buy, and people thought that this is very interesting. So depending on this policy intervention, you can change something. You can simulate it. But using the traditional method, you cannot simulate anything. It does not change the dependency ratio at all, right? So that's the example. So NTA integrates population into economy. What does that mean? It integrates diverse data sources to provide the generational economic profile by age. So basically, if we use household surveys, you can actually create some kind of labor income profiles, right? And then Also, if you can use the census and population projections, and then we match it with the national accounts. So national accounts is one number, like what is the total production in the economy. But it doesn't have any age profile. So it does not answer how much older people produce, how much young people consume. So we actually merge these two things about concept of age and economy, so we could be able to answer the question. So it's consistent with the national accounts, enabling international comparison. So there is a website. You can actually just take a look at the website. And the all country data are there, so you can actually download it. Another strength of NTA is it provides a framework analyzing intergenerational social contract. You may remember that in the morning, the P.O. Smith actually talked about this term, right? What is an intergenerational social contract? This figure shows the per capita public transfer benefits and burden by age in South Korea. So again, this is a national statistics, so you can download it from COSIS, the database. So you can see children and older people receive more public benefits than they pay in taxes, which is green line, that's the net, right? So you can obviously think that how the population aging affect this, their so-called implicit debt, how much the government needs to raise the taxes, and what is the burden of, and what is the tax transfer burden for the population. So NTA provides a guideline for assessing generational sustainability. So if you have a population projection, if you multiply population projection to each age group, right, multiply by each age group, then you can project what would be the tax needed for the future to support this population, right? So what is the benefit which supports this population? So that's actually very, very important aspect of NTA. And then this is very important as well. We call it national time transfer accounts. It reveals gender gaps and the value of time. So this is a graph for India, which shows the female male time differences. So you use time use survey. So if you look at this gray line, which is more likely women, so paid work. So the yellow orange line is indirect care. In other words, the man is more likely to work in the labor market, but the women provide the time for this family or man. So women, if you look at the age, so women are actually net time provider for their entire life. So they provide the time for their children, their family, or their husband. So it's a negative, that's why it's a negative. Then the amazing thing is that, of course, they receive time transfer. Grown-up children can support the older women. But in terms of net, through their entire life, they transfer time to their family. And also, women live longer than men. So in other words, so this actually shows it's central to actually addressing population aging, because it's amazing, because I actually, I was born nearby, 200 meters. So in the morning, actually, you hold this rep, right? So in the rep, they say, oh, my brother was educated and we are not. So there is a gender inequality. But over time, this gender inequality in terms of education disappeared, right? So in many countries, actually, women actually receive more education than men, actually, in Korea as well. But in terms of time transfer within family, it didn't change much. So when we address some kind of gender gap, we should not just address, not only address the gender gap in education, we should address care economy. So we call it actually care economy, time transfers. So women usually provide more time than men in terms of taking care of their family. So that's very important. And as NTA also highlights this time, value of time, because if you calculate this one for Korea, Korea's cost of children increases almost 70% if you consider the value of time. So many people say, oh, it's because of the financial cost of education, which contribute to this low fertility. But that's not the whole story. the story is women actually spend so much time to take care of children. So there is this like gender division, gender gap within household. So you have to consider those kind of value of time. So it actually has many meanings in terms of its implication. But anyway, I only have 7 to 10 minutes, so let me move on to the next one. So NTA, NTTA enables measurement and simulation of various issues, which is relevant for policymaking. For example, we could actually silver dividend. How much more can older adults work given their health capacity? And how the old age support system differ by income level, differ by their socio-economic status. So it's called the National Inclusion Account. And how have they changed over time with the longitudinal data? This is very interesting because the old age support system changed over time so rapidly. So in Korea, for example, they rely a lot on familial transfer system, family support system, but which is deteriorating very rapidly. So the government should take some action, to come up with some ideas of how, they actually change the support system for the elderly. So to summarize, actually, NTA, NTTA supports the idea of this. So when we started this on 23 years ago, we had some kind of a buzzword. The buzzword is like a life cycle approach. We should have some kind of a consider life cycle approach when we consider these aging issues. And then healthy aging, of course. But the most important buzzword that I thought is a change from quantity to quality. Because all this head count, 65 and older, what does that mean? This is quantity, right? So 15 to 64, which is working age population. But if this working age population doesn't work, what does that mean? What's the meaning of aging? So that buzzword, change from quantity to quality, was a very important momentum for us to create, actually construct NTA. So it's an effective for policy advocacy and addressing the key challenges related to population aging. Let me stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Would you like to take any questions now, or shall we sort of wait to go through all the presentations? And, I mean, if somebody has a burning question or something that they need to ask now to perhaps clarify something, we could do it now. Else we can move on to the next presentation. Okay, so yeah, thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Lim Kyung-un. She is the Director of Economic Statistics Planning Division at the Ministry of Data and Statistics here in Korea. Thank you.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는
Nice to meet you, everyone.
국가데이터처의
I'm from the Ministry of Data and Statistics, and I'm the Director of Economic Statistics Planning Division. And right now, I'm kind of feeling that this table is really high, and I'm in a really awkward position. But anyway, I wanna share the what NTA tells us in aging Korea based on the Korea statistics. We've had many presentations in the morning, and Korea faces the most serious challenges from the low fertility rate and aging society. And as you can see, there's a decrease in the labor force and there's a decrease in the fertility rate. So this is quite serious in Korea. And Korea, we don't have a lot of time in Korea to address this issue. We need to be urgent, and we need to have many discussions. But I believe that among many stories that I can tell with NTA, I just want to share one thing with NTA. So this is the NTA from 2023. The dotted line is the per capita consumption, and the line is the labor income consumption, and the other line is the LCD. We have. So you can see that 33, you peak at high for the labor income, and the age 61, you can see that it crosses. So you can see the LCD, or the life cycle deficit, and you can see the trend. So the deficit is increasing. So the deficit and surplus, you can see the graph. And the LCD, it's between 27 to 28. But you can see from So you can see that the elderlies are participating actively in the labor market. And currently NTA, we have the data for till 2023, but I'm going to be focused on the comparison of 2010 and 2023. And as the graph that you see is about the consumption. So this is the per capita consumption. The under 19, you can see more consumption, and this is because they have to spend more for the education, and the public consumption has risen. And you can see the per capita private and public consumption. And on the left, the public transfer, you can see that it has increased a lot in the ages that people need to study more. And this is the per capita labor income. And it increased a lot from in their 50s and 60s. On the other hand, for the 20s, you didn't see that the labor income does not increase that much. And you can see, and compared to the labor income from the 30s and 40s, and if you compare 2010 and 2023, we had a big change, or a dramatic change. As you can see on the right, the 50s and 60s, compared to 2010, the labor income in 2023, it has increased a lot. On the other hand, those in their 20s and 30s, compared to the past, in 2023, they had less labor income. So younger people had less labor income, but older people had more income. So you can see that NTA shows this information. And next is the per capita public transfer. And at the top is the public, and the bottom is the private. So at the top, this is the public transfer. And if you see this number first, under 19 and over 70, you can see that there's more public transfer. And you can see the middle part, between 30 to 50, they pay more for the public transfer. So you can see that there's a big gap between the age group, or the generations. And if you look at the bottom, which is the private transfer, it increased a lot for the under 19, but those over 70, it decreased. So it shows that the parents are actually transferring their account to their children because of education, and you can see the changes in their spending or the consumption. Taking this into consideration, the public transfer increases for the elderly, but private transfer decreases in the elderly. Next is the per capita asset income. So at the top, it's asset income. Bottom is per capita saving. So at the top, if you look at the asset income first, it very looks different, right? Those over 60s have much of the assets, and the elderly's asset income, compared to 2010 and 2023, it increased a lot. You can see that from the figure. But the 30s and 40s, they have a deficit in the asset income. But for the 40s, or 40s to 45 to 50s, you have the two groups. And in 2010, it was increased. But so in the past, it was surplus, but now it's deficit. So it means that the real estates are owned by elderlies, and young people either transfer or they have to pay a lot for their rent. So it means that they have less room for saving up money and keep their assets growing. Now we can see from this number that we need to actually transfer the assets from elderlies to young people. The bottom is the per capita saving, and as you can see, elderlies have more room to save, but the young people have deficit in their savings. So it means that they have many loans in their young, in the generations. And this is the per capita life cycle deficit. So you can see what the LCD is. And among these age groups, these circles, like with a big deficit, you can see how they fill out the deficit. And you can see how they make up for the deficit. So from 20 to 24 and from 65 to 69, they actually make up their losses by reallocating their assets, so which is more than 50%. And you can actually see the details about how to do it. So at the top, you can see the per capita ABR, which is the asset-based relocation. And for 20 to 24, they take out loans. So they are taking loans to save. But between 65 to 69, they actually use up their asset income to fill their deficits. So what's interesting is that not just the assets, but the savings, it's only 14.6% of the assets are used for their deficits, and the rest they actually save. So it means that based on the assets that they have, different age groups actually have different percentage of saving up money. And this is for per capita life cycle surplus. So from 30 to 50. So from 30 to 50, I kind of divided into this. On the right, there's a graph for 50. So at the top is, so those over 50, you can see that they have a deficit. This is like the green-blue part. So if you look at the top graph, which is from 2010, and the blue-green line is at the bottom. But if you look at the bottom graph, the deficit actually turned into a surplus. So if you stay for longer in the labor market, and if you have more types of work, you can actually work for longer. And you can see that those in their 50s have more labor income. And we talked about education this morning, and compared to 10 or 13 years ago, now we have higher education level, and the quality of the jobs are actually improved. So it means that they actually retire later or older in their age. So you can actually see that from other types of data as well. Those in their 30s and 40s, please look on the left. And at the top, if you look at 2010, the asset income was surplus, which is the light green one. So asset income is the green one. Even if it's not that much, it's at the top. But in 2023, which is the bottom graph, they're all in the bottom. So it means that those in their 30s and 40s, for their asset income, it was surplus, but in 2023, now it's a deficit. And the yellow part is the saving. So those in their 30s and 40s, even if it's a surplus, they have to transfer and they have to pay for rent. So they have to take out loans. So we know that they cannot save. It means that for 30s and 40s, they do not have enough room for saving, but they have to consume and they have to actually transfer for other generations. So they're taking loans. So they have a deficit in their saving. But those in their 50s, they use their life cycle surplus, and they also have labor income, so they can save up more money. So those yellows in the bottom, you can see that. So you can see they're either saving or not saving, depending on whether it's like 2010 or 2023. And if we have more private, so we can see that there's more public consumption and private consumption, and you can see there's a bigger risk of the younger people these days. The poverty rate of the elderly in Korea is almost the top among the OECD countries. I was very fast today. I spoke very fast. Before I came here, I didn't know how many minutes were given to me, so I put too many slides here in the presentation, so I wanted to shorten. So I was like in a rush, so that's why I'm speaking so fast. And I was trying to skip and I was trying to cut, and then I talked too fast. So I'm really sorry, and I'm not sure if I am explaining enough, but yeah. I hope that you can interpret the graphs well. So to get back into my presentation, the relative poverty rate based on disposable income is here. And as you can see, in 2010 and 2021, when we first did the stats, it was about 46.5. But if you see the trend, it's a downward trend. So we have less elderly and their poverty, but still very high compared to OECD countries. But the issue is that this does not include savings or assets, including the real estate. So it's only based on labor income or income. So are Korean elderly really poor? No, I'm not sure. So in this regard, NTA actually has some different side of the story. So about elderly poverty, so maybe the young generation of today may face more difficulties in the future because they don't have enough room to save up, and they will not have enough private transfer from their children. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for the young generation of today. So if you look at men and female, top is the poverty rate of females, and the bottom is the poverty rate of male. So female poverty rate is higher, and you can see the bottom, which is like 11.4%, is the gap between the male and female. You can see that the gap has increased today a lot more. So it means that we also need to consider gender into NTA. So we believe that we need to consider age, gender, and region when considering NTA. And in order to make a more detailed and accurate data, we are preparing many aspects. And NTA is not just a data, but it provides a lens to understand how society share resources across age and time. And Korea's experience shows that aging is not merely about population numbers, but about how we can balance the economic life cycle between the generations. So if we pay more if we pay more attention to NTA, we believe that it can contribute to people when preparing for their life cycle, and we can predict the future, and predictable future we can have preventable risk. And I believe that NTA can be a great starting point, and I hope that we can start together with NTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. I think overall, Dr. Sang-Yup Lee, set the stage up very nicely, for what the potential of NTAs is, and I think we couldn't have had a better presentation to actually contextualize it, in the context of the country that we're in. And I think Paul said it in the morning that the South Foundation in Singapore has done some research where they've actually spoken to representatives of younger age cohorts. And one of the feedbacks or one of the major responses that they've gotten is when a country prospers, right, what is in it for those of younger generations? And I think Korea's example is fascinating, which is that you're finding that it's at younger ages where per capita deficits are going up, where saving deficits are actually increasing over time, over a short period of time, in between 2020 and 2013. But I'm hoping that in the discussion we can also talk about. You also mentioned that parents transferring private transfers to younger generation has actually gone up. So how does one sort of reconcile that, sort of a shift? Because older persons of today, if they're transferring more assets to those of younger generations, they've also built up these assets presumably over time. So what sort of opportunities, did they have that has allowed them to accumulate these assets? And should members of younger cohorts be as concerned, right? Are they starting off with a disadvantage, or do they simply have the rest of their economic and productive lives in front of them, over which they will also find themselves as sort of a net positive in a sense by the time they get to older ages? So I think lots of points for discussion. I think our third presentation is by Dr. Vladimir Nikitovich. He's the head of the Center for Demographic Research at the National Institute of Social Sciences. And we sort of cap that up, and then I'll invite our discussants to comment as well. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here today with you, despite the effects of jet lag still feeling. To go in medias res directly because of time limit, I do personally very much like the philosophical vibe that someone said at the previous session, but now I have to get back to the data-driven insights, which I usually do in my research. As you noticed, I come from Serbia. It's a small country from southeastern Europe, precisely the Balkans. Yeah, we were known very well as the troublemakers during the 1990s in terms of wars and their negative implications, both developmentally and demographically, but hopefully not anymore. But you never know with this region, of course. Anyway, Serbia was among the forerunners of population aging in Europe. Not so much for the increasing lifespans, like in this region, for example, or other most developed countries in Europe, but more for the very early onset of below replacement fertility due to somewhat specific reasons of that part of Europe. Maybe that's why it would be interesting to share with you briefly some of the most important insights regarding the establishing and conducting NTAs in Serbia, along with some key policy implications. I'm not completing. Oh, terrific. On this first slide, you can see the timeline of conducting NTA in Serbia, and as you can see, it started only recently. It was conducted by the National Statistical Agency, following, of course, the United Nations methodology. And soon after, a couple of policy brief recommendations resulted from these first sessions of this analysis. And currently, there is ongoing national time transfer counts for the first time. So today, I will not be able to deliver any insights regarding this gender perspective, which would be quite interesting. And I can really expect something similar as we have seen at the first presentation regarding the unpaid work of women in India, I suppose. Okay, next slide. Doesn't. Okay. When it comes to practical application of NTA, which is some kind of focus of this session, the thing is, this analysis is already embedded in the key strategic documents, as you can see on the slide. Of course, from my point of view, not only mine and the other researchers in that region, frequent changes in the government structure should be the main issue in terms of it makes quite challenging to ensure that government partners remain really familiar not only with the methodology but also with the findings of this NTA analysis. That's why the UNFPA, as a main initiator of this analysis in the country, started to encourage broader stakeholder engagement to strengthen this cooperation with other key stakeholders in the country. So in terms of sustainability, as you can see, the key issue is that long-term sustainability, and I think it could be achieved if this analysis become a part of a regular statistical analysis and reports of the National Statistical Agency. And now just let's back to some of the key findings. I won't show all the slides, but as regards age profile of labor income, in Serbia, labor income grows significantly relatively late in the life cycle, peaking at the age of 41. It's quite earlier, for example, than in some more developed European countries. A lot of reasons. Maybe the The most important is the activity rates that are typically lower than in these countries. And now just move back to two interesting graphs resulted from the NTA analysis in Serbia. As you can see, this is the age profile of total public and private consumption per capita by age in Serbia, and corresponding analysis in the EU25, just for the sake of comparisons. And then, as you can see, consumption on child and youth in Serbia and on the oldest population is quite less socialist compared to the EU. We have private consumption dominating almost across the entire life cycle. It is typical difference comparing to the EU. For example, in the EU, you have a higher than private throughout the most of childhood, higher public spending, specifically in ages 3 to 16. And as you can see, total consumption in EU significantly increases at older ages due to higher public expenditures on health and long-term care, totally opposite to what we have in Serbia. And this is maybe the most typical slide from this NTA analysis, showing the life cycle deficit per capita in Serbia. And as you can see, maybe the first message, something corresponding to the previous presentation, this period in the life cycle with no deficit between consumption and labor income is relatively short. It's 31 years, somewhat shorter than in the EU. If I noticed well, it's even shorter than in Korea. But on the other hand, it's longer than in the most of the new EU member states, most countries of the former Eastern Bloc. Other interesting message from this site, if you look at closely, you will see that children and youth's deficit is funded primarily through private transfers, and that of older people through public transfers. And as you can see, old age deficits are mainly funded through public and private transfers when we talk about older people, but those private transfers dominantly consist of remittances from abroad, because we are very well known by the high diaspora. What is also interesting from this slide, if you compare it, there is no comparative figure here also, but comparing to the EU25, private transfer there to the younger population are less prominent relative to the public ones, and also private transfer to the older population are almost non-existent. Deficits in older ages are covered from private savings to a considerable greater extent. In Serbia, it's almost non-existent when we talk about savings. It's typical difference. And now I'm just trying to summarize in the final slide some of the key recommendations based on these NTAs developed in Serbia in the last 4 to 5 years. There are 4 of them. It's more general in this for this presentation, and for sure there should be more funds allocated to develop preschool education in order to reduce those financial burden on the families caused by the expenditures on these purposes, of course. And of course, we found out that they should come primarily from the national budget, as they currently burden local authorities. Many of those local administrative units are really underdeveloped because of the high level of differences in that terms. The other message is it should be the coverage of children of preschool age should be increased, especially those of the youngest ages, because we are still lagging behind in that terms when we look at the children between 6 months of age and 3 years. And of course, to increase the coverage of children from the vulnerable groups, because there are a lot of studies showing that it's quite important for them to ensure them early learning and skill acquisition. It's for the overall good of society. And the third recommendations would be, in these terms of population aging, more funds need to be allocated for long-term care, which is quite low in Serbia, and the financial burden on these older persons need to be reduced, which is really shown from this NTA analysis. And finally, as you have seen on those two previous slides, the early reduction in the labor income, the short period in the life cycle with no consumption deficit, and the high share of public transfers for pensions, almost 40% in Serbia, and of course the predominant reliance on public transfers as a funding source in older ages. Probably measures need to be designed to effectively prolong the working lifespans, which we already heard a lot today. That will be all from my side at the moment. Thank you.
So again, any sort of quick clarificatory questions? Would anybody like to bring something up before we hear from our discussants? Anything you would like elaborated on, perhaps? Okay, well, in which case, well, it's awesome that it's all super clear, and I think everybody is, I think learning, a lot from these presentations. I thought the policy recommendations, I think, from Serbia, have a lot of room, for discussions, and it would be nice, I think, perhaps in the discussion also to maybe make the link between, how you sort of make the connection between the findings of these NTAs and some of these recommendations, particularly for public funding. I think that's a strong, policy point, and sort of how that link is made from the analysis of the NTA would be, I would be keen to hear more on. But perhaps before we do that, let's hear from our discussants. So our first discussant is Dr. Andreas Bachhaus. He's a researcher at the Federal Institute for Population Research. Andreas?
Yeah, thanks a lot to all our presenters. Very insightful, very good introduction and refresher to the NTA methodology. So just to sum up, what the NTA basically does, you construct age profiles of consumption and income, so basically age profiles of the cost that you generate at a certain age and the income you have to generate at the same or a different age, and then you compute the balance out of that, and then you can make a life cycle accounting analysis and also matches, as you said, with the national accounts. And I think a very nice summary of what NTA wants to do came from the director, that NTA wants to display how societies share resources across age and time. I think it was a very precise pinning this down. So what was clear is NTA is a very data-intensive methodology. You need a lot of data to do this in a sensible fashion. Now even increasing the data needs with a time transfer aspect, so you need time use surveys that are not done very frequently. I think in most countries every 10 years maybe. In this sense, you're relying more and more on data, but maybe also with new data collection methods, maybe there's a way of economizing on the data collection. I want to enter the discussion on the point of the policy advice. NTA is a policy tool, which you have all stressed. I come from a background where we use the word evidence-based in the sense, okay, there's a pension reform, and then we try to very carefully estimate what is the effect of the specific pension reform on the employment rate of a specific cohort of older persons, for example, and making it very sure that it was really this reform, not something else. And as far as I understood in NTA, you use mostly simulations for the future. But for these simulations, you kind of have to impose how the people will behave in the future at the same age, basically. And you only have the information from today, so you need to make quite strong assumptions about how the age profiles will look like in the future. Maybe you can talk about more how you ensure robustness of these estimates, and how does it affect basically the confidence interval we have around the NTA estimates. And relating to the last point on where should we increase public funding based on the NTA methods, it of course invokes the question, if we say we should increase public funding at the childhood stage and at the elderly stage, more public funding implies higher taxation at some point. So it is a redistribution, and then maybe can NTA also already tell us who will be paying these taxes? That would be very interesting to me. Thank you.
Over to Michael Herman, our UNFPA colleague and senior advisor on economics and demography at UNFPA.
Yes, thank you. Thank you really for terrific presentations, I thought, very data rich, and of course I really enjoyed them. And I enjoyed hearing about Korea and of course Serbia, a process I accompanied from the distance a little bit. I would also say that, look, I think it's interesting to elaborate a little bit on the policy recommendations that come out of NTAs. Constructing them is one thing. I think then drawing policy recommendations is somewhat another thing. It's also another exercise to some extent because it requires us to think about the future, and you know, make all kinds of assumptions. So I think that's a very important point to elaborate. For example, you know, yes, we see the need to invest more in people. We heard it earlier in our presentation, to enhance their functional capabilities, invest more in health, throughout the life course, invest more in education. But then if you look at these profiles, you think, oh, I'm not sure that's a good idea because the consumption is increasing, the life cycle deficit is increasing. Is that really a good thing? On the other hand, you also see that, you know, if people are productively engaged in the economy for longer, the labor income line is also shifting, okay? So there's an interaction between the two things, and I think we have to be quite conscientious how we interpret the need for investment on the one hand, you know, the feedback loops and labor income and the productive engagement of all the people in the economy on the other hand. So I think discussing these policy implications is really useful, because definitively it's not easy, and it would be wrong to say, oh, let's minimize this life cycle deficit by just cutting consumption or making kids work longer or older people work longer or something. That can't be the conclusion. So I think we need to reflect on that a little bit, and it's useful. But that doesn't take away from this exercise at all. This exercise, indeed, as we have said, as you've said, Abhijit, at the beginning, is making a lot of the conversation that we had earlier very concrete. So here we see if people are productive, if they're healthy, if they're engaged, if they're working for longer, these curves change. These curves are not the same in any country. I mean, the shape, you know, is quite similar everywhere in the world, but when people become productive, when their labor income suffices to pay for their consumption, that's all very different depending on the circumstances of the country, the labor market, the social systems. So I think it's an incredibly useful tool. It's evidence-based, it's data-driven, but we need to talk more about policies, okay, and how to derive at policy recommendations. The other thing is, of course, it's an economic tool. Dependency is defined by economics, by who consumes, who benefits from consumption, but there might be other forms of dependencies, as we heard earlier. So it's an economics approach. However, the NTA methodology tries to extend that approach to also looking at non-economic dimensions such as time. Because you might look at this and think, yes, but you know, women do other jobs, even if they're not working in the formal economy. They're providing care. Older people do jobs. Even if they seem to be just consuming and not earning, but they're providing support to children, to their grandchildren. So there's, of course, other dimensions that are not completely captured by just the national transfer account, but that we are trying to capture with the national time transfer account. So it's really important that when we are undertaking this exercise, we don't stop there and we do what Serbia is doing now. We basically go the next step and say, okay, let's look also at national time transfer accounts. Let's try to account for these non-monetary dimensions of work and contribution that we would otherwise be neglecting. And also that is really important for policy recommendations. Because if you just look at this in the abstract, you might think, whoa, labor force participation of women is low. We can decrease the life cycle deficit by just having women work longer. Or more women working than are currently engaged in the active labor force. but it might neglect the fact that actually women already have a full-time job. They're just not getting paid. Yeah? So I think this is why this other dimension of national time transfer accounts is really important. Anyway, I think it's an incredibly useful tool. It makes a lot of the conversation we had earlier very real. And any policy change we make, we see a shift in support ratios or dependency ratios, okay, in a very concrete way. But we need to dig deeper into the data to really think about policy implications. Yeah? And what's great about this tool as well is, of course, that it just doesn't show you who consumes how much, who produces, and who is dependent. It also shows you how this is financed at present. You know, in some more traditional societies, maybe it's mostly private transfers that support those who are not financially independent. But in more advanced societies, and also as societies are changing, we have urbanization, we have aging, traditional family patterns are breaking apart, stronger reliance on social transfers become important, okay? But then, of course, you will also come to a situation like Korea where you see, okay, older people have a lot of, more and more of savings, yeah? And the question is then, how are they being transferred eventually also to the younger generations who maybe lack savings, who rely more on debt to finance their consumption. Anyway, so I think it's a great tool, fantastic presentations, thank you so much. Really data rich, interesting, relevant, and yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Do the speakers want to respond, perhaps? So, Dr. Lee, we can start with you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And number one, actually, I would like to emphasize that all countries are different. So Sabina actually mentioned that one. That's very, very important. Korea is, one of the countries which is aging most rapidly, but the impact of aging on economy is actually much less for two reasons. You already heard about it in the morning, because the labor force participation of elderly, 65 and older, is the highest in the world, highest amongst the OECD countries. So they are working. Second, the healthcare cost is one of the most lowest actually among OECD countries. So we actually have some kind of discussions why the impact of aging in Korea is actually less than you expected is because of the efficient provision of healthcare cost. But the other story is also relevant. Actually, I met many ministers in Asian countries. So one minister said that, we have this so-called demographic dividend period which lasts until 2040. And I calculated using NTA, say, sorry, sir, it already ended. Why? Because they calculate the market dividend, the so-called window of opportunity based on their just age structure. But if you look at their labor income profile and consumption profile, in one nation actually, their working population is not productive. In other nation, actually their healthcare cost is too high. So the effect of population aging is so different across nations. So you have to actually construct your own data set actually to drive some implication. Another one is the policy advocacy, right? So this actually is very important because actually the director actually shows so detailed information about this 14 years of data. And we are working like a Pacific Island areas. Pacific Island countries do not have a very good data. So there are many different levels. Some countries have a very good data set. They can provide this information, or very detailed information, and some nations don't. But if you have at least labor income profiles and consumption profiles, you can actually have a lot of policy implications, a lot of actually policy advocacy as well. I actually stop here. Probably there is another.
말씀 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your comments.
한국의 경우에 대해서 좀
I wanted to add on more about the current situation for Korea. In 1960s and 80s, we had very fast economic development. So during that time, the ones who were able to grow their asset and those people who provided labor are now able to have more assets. So right now, they're in their 60s or 70s right now. So their asset that they have, it takes a big portion of the entire assets owned by Koreans. So the young generation thinks that labor income is not enough to create a wealth. the economy is right now too big, and already a big chunk of the economy is owned by the older generation. When they get married or when they have to pay for their apartments, it's too big of money compared to their labor income. So that's why people get married less and they give less birth. So that's why the assets owned by the elderlies, we need to think about how to transfer that asset. So currently we need the policies to transfer. So right now the young generation in Korea, they need to prepare for the future, but it is very challenging for them. So that's why the assets owned by the elderlies need to be transferred, and we need to talk about the methodology. So right now, we know that the aging population is an issue, but as Professor Lee mentioned, or Dr. Lee mentioned, we have a great healthcare system in Korea, and we have the basic pension system to support people. So policy-wise, we need to also devise some policies so that the elderly can actually support the elderlies, and also we also have policies so that we can support the elderlies if they care for their grandchildren. So I think there are more opportunities than the past for the elderlies. And of course, the aging population is a serious issue, but I believe the young generation, when they get old, when these young people get old, we actually need to think about how to prepare them for their future, more serious than the older generation of now. And people work for longer, so I believe that maybe we will have a better life, but we have more new technology coming in, such as AI. So how can young generation be okay with all these changes in the society, even though they work for longer? So there are many messages from NTA. So we need to also consider the technological development. So what to prepare for the future, and how to integrate the policy for both young generation and the old generation. Now is the right time to think about a right policy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nikitovic, please.
Thank you. I will try to address the several issues that you mentioned at the beginning. I will address these issues dominantly as a demographer from that point of view. Yes, NTA is quite a good tool for improving insight about these intergenerational transfers. I wouldn't say dependencies, as Professor Basten said that today, but in the essence it is. The thing is, when we talk about Serbia and the countries in that region, their activity rates and productivity are really comparatively low to the more developed countries, at least in Europe. So there is really a lot of room for improvement in that sense, and the NTA analysis point also to that kind of conclusions. But the thing is, as you asked about the taxes, where we'll collect new taxes, the thing is, even if we look at the current state of taxes, for example, in Serbia, it's more a question of proper allocation of these funds, because if you just compare the allocation for, as I mentioned, those preschool education or investments to the older population, specifically for longer-term care, which is 0.05 when it comes to the healthcare part of the long-term care. It's, for example, in Sweden, I suppose 3% or something like that. Of course, it's not easy to compare Serbia and Sweden, but it's empirically possible. Also, if we put aside those, as you mentioned, unpaid work, which is not of women, of course, which is not couldn't be seen from the NTA itself in Serbia. It is really true, as I said, these activity rates are quite low, specifically in the older ages of the so-called working labor force, those older than 50, for example, from 50 to 65 at least. The thing is, we noticed that, of course, a lot of economists there say that there is a need for restructuring of the labor market. Of course, it's quite obsolete, and I would say economy in general in that region. So, on the other hand, if we would like to prolong working lifespans, for example, we need to pay attention to this premature mortality in Serbia. Every fourth death could be avoidable. Believe it or not, half of those deaths occurred to those younger than 58. Most of them are in the reproductive ages. So it's more a question of not only improvements in the health sector, which once was much better, even if when I was a kid, but also it's about the changes in the lifestyle, which is still are quite slow. And when you put, for example, only those two factors in one, you can make such a progress. For example, we still spend every year, believe it or not, for prenatalist measures 500 million euros with almost no effect. Just imagine what could be done with this money in this field of preventing avoidable deaths, for example. And that would be just for a moment.
Thank you very much. Opening up the floor now for comments, questions from the floor.
Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation, learning more about your experiences. Just to add from our side, we're actually working with ECLAC, which is the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Population Division DESA, on national inclusion accounts, which is an extension of what we had heard, which looks at economic flows by economic status, age, education, etc. So it's looking further into the future in that regard. We're working with Vietnam, Laos, and Maldives, and I know that Latin America is working with Colombia, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay. So there's a set of countries that provides further insights. Now, having worked with some of these countries, in our region in particular, we clearly know, and you have referred to that, that it's often very difficult to communicate results and also make sure that this is not only a one-time exercise, but it's mainstreamed in policy making. I would like to hear from the experts. I'm looking particularly at the Korean expert, but we heard from Serbia also, maybe others in the room. What can we advise governments to make this an activity that they will do continuously, regularly, and so that it is mainstreamed? What can government do to not only have this as an academic exercise, but to really, because the insights are there and we learn a lot, and I think it's really broadening our horizon, how we see aging, and it refers also to the discussion in the first session. So what can we do to make this work for policy making better? Thank you.
Do you want to respond now?
Yes, actually, we have a lot of experience about this. So one way is to make it institutionalized, like a Status Korea. So institutionalization means actually it's official data. So some like division or Status Bureau, like a central Status Office actually should construct it, because the reason is everybody want to use it, but they don't want to construct it. So there are users and this preparer actually problem, right? So that's gap. And another one is for policy recommendation. I think you need to benchmark some countries like Thailand. In Thailand, the NESDC actually uses NTA data for their planning. In Korea, the Korea Budget Office actually is using it a lot for their planning. So it's actually good for simulation. You mentioned that it's good for simulation. What is the welfare analysis? Suppose government actually, there are many ways for pension reform, like increasing retirement to age versus like parametric reform. Then using, just shifting your profiles, you can actually calculate something and providing some evidence-based policy, right? So so you need a lot, but for me, actually, from my experience, the top-down, way, like top down means actually, some people actually, or some politicians or some government officials actually initiate and make it part of like a Statistics Bureau's task. That's actually best way that I felt. And actually, it's not just policy recommendation, but policy advocacy is so important because it provides such a strong policy recommendation, especially when you use NTTA. When I visit many countries, they don't have NTTA. Why? Because they don't conduct a survey for time use. Most countries have national accounts. They have a population survey. They have a population census, but only handful of countries conduct a survey for time use. Then I ask why. They say, oh, because not many people use it. And I say, it's a chicken and the egg problem because you don't construct it, we don't use it, we cannot use it, right? So actually the first policy recommendation is that you have to conduct this, you have to have the data, right? So we actually started from like a policy advocacy and the needs for it. Your country, especially for this, some nations, they were kind of shocked when I said, your dependency ratio is totally different if you actually weight or adjust it by these profiles. And they actually started something actually. And also when we compare like 3-4 years of longitudinal data, the healthcare cost for older people, 45 and older, like doubled up in just 4 or 5 years. And you actually look at the WHO data, and they are non-communicable, disease, right? Actually is increasing so rapidly. So you have to take some actions. So that kind of evidence actually provides some strong support for institutionalization and their needs. Okay, I stop here.
Yes, I would add something more. Yes, I fully agree with this thing about institutionalization. As you have seen on these slides, most of those results or implications were included in the key strategic documents, but they are mostly on the paper, in reality are not functioning. And in our case, it is much more connected with the state of democracy, which is not still fully developed, and politicians are, I won't say not aware, but don't want to be aware, I would say in a way. And it's not easy to force them, yes, to use these implications and the results of our research, and it is a really important issue.
So I want to also share Korea's situation. So the Ministry of Data and Statistics has a willingness to study NTA and NTTA. Nobody actually forced us, but we actually thought that we should start on researching, and we are the agency who's creating the stats for Korea. So we actually want to have official data and statistics of Korea, so that's why we're trying to improve. So nobody forced us to do it, and we have this very insightful data, and we share, and in order to be applied this into the policies, we also do share and collaborate with the research institutions. We share the data to them and say that, oh, maybe you can use this for your policy making or more research. And we also do have regular meetings with the institutions. We have this research done and we have the result, and we also share our thoughts to them. And we also try to listen to their demand and listen to what their needs are from the institutions. And we can try to provide more detailed data if they want or need. And for age or gender or region, if they need more detailed data or statistics, we try to make well-organized data for them. We internally research and we try to improve on how we collect data. This, I don't think is only happening in Korea. If anyone has the willingness, or if any government has the willingness, I believe other countries or institutions can make NTA or NTTA, and they can probably incorporate that into the policies, I believe.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
Thank you. I think fascinating presentation, and Ms. Lim Kyung-eun gave figures to something that we are witnessing that is happening all over the world, which is the gap between generations. Older generations, having assets, having savings that the younger generation cannot achieve with the current levels of labor income. So this is creating situations I've witnessed in Latin America or in Europe or China, where if a younger person wanted to buy an asset, let's say an apartment, 20 years ago, they would have to invest the equivalent of the labor income of 4 years, 3, 4, 5 years at the most. But nowadays, the labor income of 20 years or 10 years is not sufficient. So the problem is also that the transmission of wealth by inheritance is being delayed with people living longer. So the average age of people receiving an inheritance 15 years ago was maybe 45 years old, 40, 45, 50 years old. Now you are receiving the inheritance from your parents when you are 60 years old. So you are old themselves, or you are getting old, to old age, no? So my question is, NTA is providing this evidence as a snapshot, can be the gap between generations. We can perhaps get the data to see how it was that snapshot 20 years ago, and maybe projected to the future if no policy intervention is done, how that gap is going to be maintained, preserved. So I don't know what is happening. No? So the question is, you mentioned, Ms. Lim Kyung-eun, that this could lead to some policy recommendations. And maybe we can discuss a bit what type of policy recommendations can be given to reduce this gap between generations, to allow a smoother transmission of wealth between generations. We know that the problem is made evident, but the solution is what is not clear. Thank you.
Would any of our speakers want to take a crack at that? I think our speaker from Korea did bring up, I think, the fact that there's a need for finding out methodologies or policies for transferring assets, I think, from older generations to younger generations. I wonder if it also helps address the taxation question. However, inheritance tax or estate tax is very unpopular in most countries, although there are some prominent countries trying to increase it. Any thoughts from any of our speakers on this?
Well, actually, that's a very difficult question, because if you recommend some policies using the data, sometimes it has like a conflict. Actually, let me tell you the story. When we constructed NTA 20-some years ago, many governments actually resisted it. Oh, why you want to magnify the intergenerational conflict, right? Because it shows the resource transfers across generations, and the young people say, probably in the 20 years later, we don't have any pension benefit, right? But that's the exact point. We want to show that how this kind of a system doesn't work. So so like Singapore and Hong Kong and Malaysia actually doesn't have like a pay-as-you-go system. They have a DC system, right? So you need to have something, and we actually analyzed like Japan and Korea's case, which is the best policy for welfare. We call it welfare analysis, whether you should increase taxes, or whether it's like a parametric reform, or you should increase the retirement age. Actually, if you calculate something, the increasing retirement age is much more beneficial than just increasing taxes for younger people, something like that. So we do provide some policy recommendations and do welfare analysis, but it's much more complicated. That's the problem. Because it's complicated, it's hard to actually communicate to the policymakers. But as I mentioned, there are many different levels. Even like countries which, like Pacific Islander countries, nations which don't have a very good data set, they can start to begin with something. Korea has a very, very good data, and Singapore too, actually, and Japan has a fantastic data too, and Germany is amazing. So, these countries can do much more than other nations, but some other countries can do what they can do. So let me stop there.
So let me tell you how we incorporate this into the policies in Korea. For NTA, we do have the focus that we need to incorporate or use NTA. And this is not actually applied to the inheritance tax, but we actually use this NTA so that we can try to predict the future in the National Assembly. So based on the evidence, we try to help the policymakers to devise the policies in the right direction by trying to predict the future. And I talked about HPSA real quick, and for this, we also do have the trying to collect the statistics on the non-paid labor. And for instance, when the elderly are caring for the grandchildren, how much to support when we work on policies to provide funding to those cares. We actually use our stats for coming up with the proper amount so that the government can provide to those care providers.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks again for the questions and your responses.
네,
Maybe
질문.
an attempt to strike a compromise between the presenters table and the discussants table. I think the concern that Michael and I had in mind was formulating policies at a very detailed level based on accounting identities can be very misleading, can be very dangerous also in some policy areas. What I got from you is NTA, and there I think we would fully agree, is very good for policy identification. So looking at these life cycle profiles and saying, we want actually this to be different in this age range. We want the deficit to change. Or we need to think about the wealth transfers because we are seeing all the wealth accumulated in the aging boomer generation, and somehow we want to move the wealth to the younger generation. How do we do that? Then if it goes to the level of really policy formulation, policy design, I think we need to do a lot more thinking about what are the right incentives that we need to formulate. Also other evidence from reforms needs to come in, maybe also more detailed fine-grained simulation models.
Yeah, basically, I completely agree with Andreas. This is an extremely useful tool. It's an account, yeah, in its essence. And of course, few people would just draw policy recommendations from a national account of an economy, look at it and say, oh, consumption is high, or this is high, or yeah. You need secondary analysis. And I think that's also the case, of course, with NTAs, which is a transfer account, but it's an account in itself. It shows areas for where you would want to see a change because you feel this is not sustainable. But then to formulate the change that you need to make, I think requires secondary analysis of other economic variables, of poverty trends, of you have it, okay, whatever, employment, the labor market, and so on. So I think that's very important. But yeah, and I think in Serbia, you've actually when you did the NTA, you also developed a couple of policy briefs that based on the NTAs. And my recommendation was always, please, these have to be two different exercises. You have to construct the NTA, that's an account. And then you prepare the policy briefs. This can't be the same document, okay? So the policy briefs have to be separate because the account itself is just that, okay? And then you have to, and I think in Serbia actually did an excellent job, looking at policy implications of the NTAs. So I think that's very useful. And I would just like this to be also a takeaway for all of us, that this is extremely useful, but there's a second step, which is the policy analysis. But it's so rich, yeah. If I look at this Korea, look, we always hear in the news, if you open the news, you'll see there will be a massive transfer of wealth from the older generations to the younger generations, yeah. And you see that in the data, at some point that will happen, okay. Whether you facilitate this, how you facilitate this, these are different questions. But it gives you such rich insights into how to finance those that don't have sufficient resources to finance their consumption, yeah, not to say dependence, yeah. So okay, whatever we call them, but so I think that's really useful. Policy recommendations require a bit more of a deep dive.
Thank you, Michael. Any final comments from the floor? I don't know, Eduardo, if you were convinced by, I think, some of the responses. I think you asked a very specific but a really sort of in-depth question, and I think the answer is that well, the data needs to translate more into some of these policy recommendations in a more realistic, pragmatic way that would fly with within specific countries. But I don't think we got a more specific response. Any other thoughts? No? All right. Would our speakers like to have a final couple of minutes to say something in conclusion?
1 minute?
Yeah.
So I actually suggest some kind of buzzword, right? So when we started this project, so one of the word was a life cycle approach. The life cycle approach is so important, actually, because everything is we have a life cycle. And actually, there is a misunderstanding of a life cycle approach because the biggest concern these days is what would be the future of labor? There is AI, robots, right? Then actually, you cannot just teach people when they are like 50 or 55 years old. Everybody should learn from, early on, like elementary school. And if you are 65, you should be able to learn as well. So that's the life cycle approach, actually. You should begin everything from the early ages. And regardless of your age, you should be able to learn. So it's like lifelong education. So when I thought actually life cycle approach, it's not just about the welfare, it's not just their economic behavior. It's like a policy. Really, policy should be from the early on. You should have some kind of projection. So if like AI, ChatGPT, whatever, Gemini, then the older people also should be able to learn if they actually start to learn this one at a young age. But again, this is big. I mean, also my concern or the big question about what would be like dependency ratio, what would be production in the new technology, right, with the new technology. So I don't have the answer, but let's think about that together, okay? So,
Predicting the future is very difficult. Those in their 20s and 30s, when they become 60s or 70s, are they going to be living in a similar situation and those in their 60s and 70s now? No, I don't think so. Because of the AI and the technological development, I think the younger generation in their elderly later in the future will be very different than now. So we need to do a lot of simulations and have many assumptions or many simulations for the young generation that get older. Are we gonna work for longer, or are we gonna emphasize more on the public transfer? So we need to think about more different directions for the policies, and we can actually suggest that. And among those different options, what are we going to enforce and what are we going to add on? We need to do a lot of simulations continuously in order to help prepare the young generation in now when they get older later. The data that we have now cannot cover everything for preparing for the future, or we cannot predict the future based on the data that we have now. But we should try to use whatever we have to get ourselves prepared. And I think thinking of this is a great starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, as we all agree, this tool is quite useful for making policy briefs that could be relevant for application in real life, but the question of communicating them to policymakers remain very important. This is one thing for sure. But the other, I recently was engaged in also UNFPA supported research of qualitative nature. It also supports and make these kind of results like NTAs more lively when you communicate it to the policymakers. And one thing is for sure, despite these systemic challenges that older people that we were interviewing during this research spotted on, thing is there is a notable resilience among them. So this is something that I feel like some kind of real connection to what we were heard today about the definitions, who is old and what is the those boundaries between the old and working age population, and that's what we found on the ground, that it really depends on their way of living and a way of looking at life. So one thing is how we communicate those policy briefs and ideas to policymakers, and they will be able to put it in a real life, and the other is how people respond to that. So it's also quite important. Thanks.
Thank you. I think just one final comment. I think if there is one organization in the room that has taken on in its new strategic plan the agenda for technical support, for supporting policy advocacy, and for supporting new data for development, it is UNFPA with her new outcomes. So I think the task is clear in terms of what national transfer accounts, time transfer accounts, etc. I think need. So I think we would like to continue to support this endeavor and sort of see where we can get sort of more and more integrated into mainstreaming policy. On that note, I think we call this session to an end. Could you please give a hand to our speakers and our discussants? Thank you.
Indeed, many thanks to our contributors for session 2, and everyone is invited to a 30-minute coffee break now. Thank you.
한번 좀 띄워보실까요? 네. 아니 마우스가 필요해요. 그건 안 되고. 네. 아니면 네. 여기서 포지션 쓰실 건가요? 아니 뭐 저는 보내는 드렸는데 제 거로 하면 더 좋긴 하죠. 저는. 아 왜냐면 저희가 여기에 연결돼 있는데 다른 심에서 한 번만 쓰실 때 그러니까 저는 뭐든 상관이 없는데 마우스가 필요해서 컨트롤을 해야 돼요. 그 화면. 아 이거 넘기기만 하는 게 아니고. 네. 이거는 여기서 되는 건지 확인을 해줘요. 그래서 제가 노트 공부하거든요. 원래. 네. 마우스 좀 쓰시면 되고요. 혹시 누구한테? 저한테 아직 안 보내신 거예요? 네. 네, 저한테 보내주세요.
네.
입맛이 없다거나 하시진 않으세요?
기분이 좋고 마음이 좀 편안하면은 나가기가 좀 어려워가지고 집에
행정복지센터에서 안부 확인.
잘 지냈습니다.
특별한 일은 없으셨나요?
걸음을 잘 못 걸어서 나가기가 좀 어려워가지고 집에만 많이 있었어요.
혹시 요새 입맛이 없다거나 하시진 않으세요?
기분이 좋고 마음이 좀
좋습니다. 뭐
편안하면은
이 정도만 나와도 되고요. 네.
ネイバーケアコールはケアコールから送られてくるレポートを確認することで
일본 분도 계세요 여기? 일본 분 계시나요? 네.
저희 일본 분은 없어요.
아, 네네. 아예 안타깝네요. 제가
그러게요. 네, 이거
일본 분이
오실
계시면
때
좋습니다. 네. 감사합니다. 네네. 이렇게 할게요.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our session 3 soon enough. So I'd like to ask everyone to proceed inside and take their seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. In the meantime, it will be helpful to save us some time if the presenters and discussants will come forward and take the seats on the stage. And all the other participants, I'd like to invite them into the Maple Hall and to prepare for our session 5. So, distinguished participants, I think we're ready, almost ready to begin session 3 now. And welcome back to the symposium for session 3. Titled Functional Ability and the Role of Technology, session 3 will be moderated by Ms. Kim Yang-sun, Gender and Human Rights Analyst at the UNFPA. With that, I'd like to give a big round of applause to our session 3 contributors to begin the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you had a moment to recharge. And then this is the last session of today, and then which is going to be really, really interesting. And then I'm really happy to moderate. So welcome to session 3 on functional ability and the role of technology. And I'm Yang-sun Kim from UNFPA, working on gender equality, human rights, and aging. And this session looks at how we measure functional ability and productivity, and how technology can strengthen them. And we are not only looking at biomedical or economic dimensions, but we are also looking at how gender norms, rights, environments, and social contexts shape people's real opportunities to live active and dignified lives as they age. And then technology or AI can support this, but it has to be inclusive, accessible, and centered on rights and choice. And without further ado, I want to introduce an excellent panel with us. And then we have Dr. Vigard Skurbeck joining online. He's coming from Norwegian Institute of Public Health and University of Oslo. And then he has been leading global work on cognitive and then functional aging, and then the move beyond chronological age. So before I introduce other two speakers, I want to hand over to Dr. Skurbeck for his presentation, and he will be joining online. So over to you, Dr. Skurbeck.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very sorry I can't be there in person. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll go straight to my slides. Okay. I titled my short presentation "The Inevitability of a Need to Invest in Skills and Health." And in short, there's been a change going on for several decades where certain abilities and skills and functional capacities have become more important, while others have become less important. Key among them has been there's been a decrease in physical needs, the need to be physically strong in the workplace, according to German nationally representative data. But at the same time, there's been an increase in the relevance of other skills, including cognitive demands in the workplace. And these changes have occurred for all birth cohorts and all age groups. And this is a massive challenge because at the same time as there's been an increase in the need for cognitive skills, there's also been a massive underinvestment in cognitive skills around the world. So this is a study which came out last year in the Journal of Development Economics. This suggests that 2/3 of the world population lack basic skills at the age of 15 in the workforce, suggesting that even if one has achieved basic literacy, there's been a massive underinvestment in higher skills, which is going to be an increasing challenge as populations age and grow older. And this development has been foreseen for many years, so I think there's not really an excuse not to invest more in schools, education, and more importantly, educational quality than what we've seen in recent decades. So here's one study we did quite a few years ago on old age dependency ratios, where we tried to look at old age dependency ratios rank ordered. When you do not account for cognitive skills, we show that India has the lowest dependency ratio, Southern Europe the highest. But if you account for the fact that different populations have different levels of cognitive skills in terms of which age they are experiencing cognitive decline, accounting for the age where people forget more than half of the number of words in a very basic cognitive assessment, which is the only available cognitive measure which is available for the majority of the world population. You find a very different rank ordering, where actually the US and Northern Europe is similar to India and Mexico in spite of having very different age structures in their populations. Hence, a young population does not necessarily imply a low aging burden, and particularly not in an area of rapid technological change, where these skills become increasingly important. We also did a study where we tried to look at health. So health is another key dimension of how not only an individual ages, but also how a nation ages. And what we found was that there's massive variation in age across countries. If you compare national data on the age you have a similar health as a global 65-year-old, you find that this occurs in the mid-late 70s in countries such as Switzerland or Japan, but it already occurs in around 50 or younger in places like Afghanistan, Papua New Guinea, where poor health is much more common and more common from an earlier age. And if you account for this, if you take into account health, and not only, as has been argued earlier also in the discussion, assume people are all at a random given age, such as 60 or 65 or 70, you find a very different rank ordering. So the old age dependency ratios, which are typically used, where Japan has a very high level, is very different when you account for the health. So the red bars is what we argue is probably more correct. And a country such as India, which has an fairly low old age dependency ratio, has a very high health-adjusted dependency ratio, and higher than, for example, Japan. So one of the youngest major economies has already a higher aging burden, possibly because of low investments in health compared to to Japan, the major economy with the oldest age structure in the world, when you account for health. So this is something that should be considered when one does research in this area. Also, there's a lot of economic concerns about the consequences of low fertility on economic output. And I wanted to show this diagram, which where the red, this is real GDP globally from 1970 to 2020. And as you can see, the share of back in 1970, most countries were above replacement fertility. The blue share of the diagram shows the share of all GDP which is produced in below replacement fertility countries. And as you can see, nowadays almost everything in the world is produced in low fertility countries. So in spite of the fact that some countries have had low fertility or below replacement fertility for more than half a century, the share produced in high fertility countries in terms of the share of global GDP is quite constant, and most of economic growth has occurred in below replacement fertility countries. So in sum, all nations will inevitably age. However, only some will age well, and improving health and improving skills are likely to decide which nations are able to maintain low dependency ratios in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Skerbeck. And then given the fact that we are having you online, I just want to pause here very quickly if there is any questions or inputs or reflection on the presentation by Skerbeck. I'm looking around. I guess everything was very clear, and then I will move to the next speaker then. Now I want to move the next presentation for Dr. Song Min-kyung. So Dr. Song Min-kyung, she is the specialist from Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy from Republic of Korea. And then she has been shaping Korea's active aging agenda and then national age tech strategy. So over to you, Dr. Song Min-kyung, for the presentation.
안녕하세요. 저는 저출산 고령사회위원회.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Song Min-kyung, and I work at a Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. And this committee considers and advises on the aging population issue and the low birth rate. And at the committee, previously I worked on the silver business, and currently we call it age tech business. And in my presentation, I am going to touch upon aging in technology and Korean age tech business and industry. And if you look at the mass communication and news media these days in Korea, the hottest buzzword is AI, and following that, low birth rate and our aging population. Korea is one of the countries that age the fastest, because we call it an aged society. If the people aged 65 and older accounts for 7% and 14% super age society, and if it reaches the share 24%, we call it a super age society. And Korean society just entered the super age society in December last year, which is the unprecedented pace of aging. And it took Japan 35 years, 76 years for Germany, and 154 years for France. And you can see 25 years as a stunning figure, how fast we're growing old. So it could be a risk, but from the other perspectives like consumption and technology, one could call it an opportunity. So the Korean government focused on baby boomer generation among older generation when designing the age tech industry. So these baby boomers is those who were born in 1955 to 1974, and currently 590,000 people are said to belong to this group. And the characteristic of this age is that they work hard and they earn a lot. And when they are asked how old is old, and they say 71.6 years is old enough. And when also asked about retirement age, they always say 73.4 years. That would be the right age to retire. So the second baby boomer generations, I was talking about the second baby boomer generation, and there are 7 to 8 years of gap. And compared to the first baby boomer generations, they are richer. And of course, earning income is important to them, but they also put a lot of emphasis on enjoyment and self-realization. And they consider themselves as younger compared to other previous generations, and they show high acceptance of new technologies. So considering these characteristics of old age, the Korean government is preparing a customized approach, and it started focusing on age tech industry. So when we talk about silver industry, silver business, and we also use now the age tech as the terms, and it is based on an act, Age Society Act, and the government also announced a comparative framework, and that is when this term was firstly used. And they also capture a lot of statistics based on this term. And last year, as of 22, the domestic elderly-friendly industry scale is estimated to be 82.7 trillion won. And recently, it expanded into 85 trillion won, and it is also expected to grow into 106 trillion won by 2026. And we can see the same trend overseas because the age tech industry scale overseas was estimated at $1.9 trillion by 2022, and by 2025, it's $3.2 trillion. So what could be the basis for and focus for the age tech industry? First of all, we have a really well-advanced semiconductor business and robotics, and we also have strength in AI and IoT. So based on this technological prowess, a Korea-type age tech industry will be designed. And by growing the age tech industry, we aim to accomplish 3 objective targets, policy targets. The first one is care economy. And the second is risks faced by older generations, like loneliness and the fall, and those risks that are unique to older people. So preventing these risks is the second objective. And third, extending the healthy life expectancy through biotechnology and digital and medical technologies. So in order to accomplish these objectives, detailed tactics must be needed. So in March this year, the Korean government established the age tech silver industry policy set and chose 5 main key areas. So when selecting these businesses, They consider the possibilities for them to work as the foundation for industry, and also technology aspect, and in terms of commercialization. So the first area is ARK robots, and second, wearable digital medical devices, and third one, therapies and treatments for age-related diseases, and fourth, anti-aging and advanced regenerative medicine, and fifth is smart home care. So this is the Korean standard based on our situation in industry. I think the same trend can be observed in overseas environment too. And these 5 key areas will be needed to nurture the industry foundation, and you have to take a look at the whole cycle that starts with R&D investment and startup support and regulatory relaxation and demonstration support that completes the cycle. So in March this year, for the first item, R&D investment, how much budget is being, how much investment is being made into this area? And currently, 390 billion won is being put as an investment. But this is not much, according to the judgment of the government. And that is why the government is looking to increase that amount to 1 trillion won by 2030. And you need to have more longer term and systematic approach in making a long-term investment. And that is why establishing an age tech R&D roadmap is important. And we commissioned this project to KAIST. So if output comes out, the government will make the roadmap based on the observation. And another important thing in preparing the age tech roadmap is that aside from the large companies that are already in here, small companies also show great needs for this. And age tech industry is a new business, new industry. So more and more startups are taking interest in this. But the situation of the small startups are different compared to the large companies because they're going through a lot of different stages, starting from the conceptualization and development and commercialization. So it's important that we have to help them through these processes in a more systematic manner. So after completion of the R&D investment, you go into the demonstration phase. So out of 17 regional sectors, we choose 5 centers for the regional innovation center that could work as a living lab. And expanding the demonstration infrastructure would also require using of residential complexes and nursing facilities as test beds. And regarding the regulatory deregulation, we will focus more on those 5 key areas in terms of expanding the scope of treatment and promoting the use of autologous system cells. And after demonstration phase, we will go into commercialization phase, which is very important. So in the stage of creating initial demand, we have to consider this elderly long-term care, part of the social security and social protection. And there are different types of payments. Welfare payment and facility payment and at-home payment. And for the expansion of this payment, for example, you can support companies with new technologies that can be used for items, that can be used for long-term care. And also you can do some promotion for age tech products. And of course, this can be completely done by the private sector, but the government support is important. And that is why we are conducting the discussions with private companies. And I once said that we announced the strategies for age tech industry as a framework or master plan in March, and we are working on including as many stakeholders as possible to build more detailed tactics. And another thing here is they need to have a strong systematic and industrial foundation for this. And that is why we are preparing for the revision of related laws. And Age Tech is based on the Elderly Friendly Environmental Act. This is official title. So what you can see here is that the term age tech is not fully integrated into legal framework right now. It's very vague. It's at a very vague stage. And this year we had a launching ceremony for this framework and center. But what's important here is to be ready to listen to private sector ideas. So it's really an infant stage, but the Korean government is doing the best it can to institutionalize or systemize all these efforts. So what I can say is that Korean government is willing to start the age tech industry, but objectively, we are only at a stage 1 or 2 out of the total 10 stages, for example. And that is why we have to keep working on this to think about the different roles division among the Korean government agencies and between public and private organizations, and how we can promote the age tech industry and the use of the age tech related products. So this would require more systematic approach and efforts, and that is why we will keep working on this. So I'll use this symposium as a great opportunity to learn a lot of insights so that I can go back and reflect this into the policy sets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
네.
Sung Min-kyung, for sharing, for giving us the clear overview about how South Korea's aging landscape is changing, and then thank you for sharing how the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy is laying the institutional foundation through coordinating with the relevant ministries and then relevant institutions. And then thank you for sharing how you are coordinating it, and then how you are thank you for sharing the lessons learned and then good practices. And then now I want to hand over to our next speaker, which is Dr. Kun-ho Ra. And then I want to give a sincere apology for the online participation, since Dr. La is sharing We have Dr. Tara Keg, professor from the University College London, and then we also have Professor Stewart Gittel Boston. I hope I pronounce it correctly. From the professor from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. We already welcomed you in the first session, but we are happy to have you again. So I just want to ask you first to Tara Keg, Dr. Tara, can you share your reflections and insights from the presentations?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. So this is, I think, very exciting to hear. I think, obviously, everyone's talking about AI and how it's going to revolutionize everything, I guess, and how 10 years from now will look quite different. But I think we're just in the beginning of thinking about this in the context of aging. There's been, I'm a professor of neuroscience, and a lot of the work I do is in aging and mental health. And we've already seen a lot of what's happened in mental health. And some of that has been extremely unregulated, and that's gone not super well in some instances. And so I think that the age technology boom will be interesting to see what they're able to learn from what's gone well and what's not gone so well in mental health. And so I'd be really interested to hear both of, or all three perspectives on how we can regulate this and deal with it ethically, and how we build trust with older people. In particular, older people might be very happy to take these calls, but their caregivers and their adult children who might live far away might be more skeptical. And how do we deal with things like, okay, well, this is the call that's calling to check in on you, as opposed to this is someone calling to get your bank information. So I think there's a lot of scams and things like that. And so I think one thing that we do need to think about, and I'd be interested to hear about, is building trust. The second thing I wanted to reflect on is, I think it's really exciting being here in South Korea to hear the priority on robotics as well. Because there's been so much talk about AI, and the large language models are fantastic. And it's true that when we talk to Gemini or ChatGPT or Claude, it does feel like talking to a person like 90% of the time, and then there's a few things that happen that you remember that it's not a person. But I think that when we're starting to deal with a lot of the issues that are going to come forward, robotics is going to need to go hand in hand with this. And I think that that can really, if we're thinking about the caregiving and things along those lines that was alluded to here, that's going to be a really critical thing to go along with AI and the language models. And so I'd be interested to hear reflections on how robotics will sort of be incorporated in this, and that does seem to be a place in particular that Korea is leading, and so I'd be really interested to hear how you're thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tara. So before I hand over to Dr. Stewart, I think it's important to hand over to Dr. Ra and then Dr. Song for the reaction, because I just want to build on what Tara was talking about the ethical and ethical principle of it. So if Dr. Ra can talk about the ethical considerations when you are working on the AI, the care, and then I will hand over to Dr. Song for the interaction with the robotics. So I will hand over to Dr. Ra.
Yes, that's a very, very keen questions. Number one, building trust with these AI engines, especially the safety issue. As I mentioned in the presentation, that was is a number one issue, because it's a very sensitive data. So we had a triplicate safety measure. So you have to log in, verify, and we have to document. So fortunately, we haven't had any security breach. But I think your comment was more about the delegation and the proxy issues where these information could be shared. I think I can only say the technology is moving too fast. I think we're catching behind. All the regulations and the discussions probably will come. It will come, but it's not today. So within that gap of few years, I think many unfortunate things, unexpected, unwanted events will happen. But I think lessons learned from those experiments will be very important. As a company point of view at Naver, we feel a great social responsibility to doing business here in Korea and East Asia and globally. So we have a more cautious way of using let's say, the informations using our services rather than, let's say, Instagram or the Facebook, where it tends to listen to your conversations and show you a advertisement. So we refrain from using too much personal information as a company. Number two comment for the robotics. I happen to spend 20 years of my life in medical robotics. So this goes into a physical AI arm. So AI you can divide into three main domains. Language, the models. Number two is multimodal, the pictures and the other movies. And number three is a physical AI, where the mechanical, the accentuator data set will be used to learn how to manipulate these robotic platforms. So as for the aging robotics, I know there's many Korean startups who's using these technologies. As you know, last month, we had, 2 months ago, we had an APEC meeting here in Korea, where our major companies, Samsung Electronics and Hyundai Motor companies, including our company, will heavily invest in the computing resources, the NVIDIA GPUs, to develop physical AI, language models, multimodal language models based upon Korea. So we believe globally there will be many great companies working in this area, but we hope, at least from the Naver point of view, we can offer a balanced viewpoint, maybe different from Google, maybe different from Baidu, so we can say, oh, this is a different viewpoint engine. So I think it's like the newspapers or the communication where the one-sided view it's too sad for us. I think you should have a balanced view of the AI engines, including the language models and the physical AI. Thank you.
나고모 박사님께서 옆에서 먼저 저한테 온 질문도 너무 답변을
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the answer. And in Korea, AI has become a really important keyword in doing anything. So GPU and AI highway is part of the policies that have been pursued right now. And globally, Japan and China have also been developing robotics technologies like Korea. And in Korea, we have a lot of original technologies for robotics too. But of course, we have to work harder on integrating all these technologies and translating these technologies into real policies. So by integrating the concept of physical AI and robotics would be more and more important going forward.
Dr. Rob, for sharing. Thank you so much, Dr. Rob, for sharing the social responsibility and then how Naver is trying to be conscious of the security. And then thank you so much, Dr. Song, for sharing like the good practices that you were dealing with the companies on the highways and etc. Then I will hand over to Dr. Stewart. So if you can share some reflections and insights, but at the same time, I have one extra questions because we heard about the South Korean case, and then I want to hear about like how other countries are dealing with AI robotics with the trust. So if you can share that as well, it would be really great. So over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And I think this presentation has really put together the way that, in Hong Kong we call it Geron technology. I prefer age tech actually, I prefer your expression, but how Geron technology can have this triple win. The first is a win for making older people's lives better, to be able to age in place and have a better life. The second win is for caregivers and to improve efficiency in terms of resource allocation. And then the third win is for industrial growth, right? As an area of actual industrial development. So I think the talks really put those three things together very well. And of course, if you can do all those three things, then any government is going to want to invest in this, right? And in Hong Kong, SAR, the government is investing billions of dollars in this area, and the Jockey Club is one of the biggest charitable foundations. And in fact, last year, so I'm the deputy coordinator of it's one of the biggest projects our university's ever got. It's about $10 million from the Research Grants Council to look at robotics and AI for geriatric care and for older people. So this is really what we're kind of pushing towards at the moment. And I think, but on that question of kind of what works or what doesn't work in different parts of the world, I think what we can see is that there is, because Tara's right, it's been a bit of a Wild West in some way so far, and there's a lot of stuff which has come up which is not great, right? And I think we've seen very good technology and very bad technology. It seems a lot of the bad technology is based around what younger people think older people want, right? As opposed to what older people themselves say that they want, right? And you see this in these expos. I'm sure there are in Korea, these Geron Tech expos and things. We have this. There's a lot of kind of weird, random stuff, which is like, no one's really, have you ever met an 80-year-old, right? Who's actually going to use this stuff, right? So I think there's kind of bad Geron technology in that sense. A second thing is about sustainability, right? So a startup can produce some Geron Tech gadget and it gets sent into a care home or a community center, but there's no training, there's no follow-up, there's no guidance. It breaks, then what happens? And we see this in Hong Kong a lot. There's like these robot graveyards in care homes. They've just, they were given this thing, they got a grant, they can go and buy some equipment, and then it works and then it doesn't work and nobody uses it. So you see like extremely expensive equipment pushed in the cupboard that nobody can use anymore, right? So it's that question of sustainability. And then the third thing is about, and I think that goes to this whether it's in robotics or AI, that we don't want to be displacing jobs. We want to be making jobs better. We don't want to be displacing relationships, right? By substituting physical, social relationships with AI relationships. We want to supplement them, right? So how can we make sure that we are making the situation better rather than kind of displacing these kinds of issues? So I suppose to wrap this up, then my questions would be, the first one is, in both from Dr. Song and Dr. Ra, and I hope you'll work with us in Hong Kong because there's a lot of overlaps between, I think, what we're trying to do, and particularly this in Hong Kong we call the invisible elderly. We have exactly the same issues of older people who are found having passed away after a week or two because there is just no social contact whatsoever. And having resources in the community doesn't really help. It needs to go directly to the person. Anyway, so firstly, how are older people themselves brought into the design process? Because older people should be engaged throughout the design process, and caregivers. So how are they into the development process of some of the projects which you're engaging with Dr. Song and Dr. Ra? And then secondly, how are, Dr. Ra, you talked about that 90% of the older people who engaged in the AI conversations found it positive, but I'm just wondering with Dr. Song, some of the projects that you're engaging with, how are you going to ensure that there is evaluation or kind of an evidence base, whether through RCTs or some other evidence-based approach to actually ensuring that these projects actually work? And then finally, how is the sustainability approach being considered?
Thank you so much, Dr. Stewart. Our hand over to Dr. Song and then Dr. Ra, and then if Dr. Tara has any additional reflection on it, I will hand over to you. And then I know Dr. Skilberg, you were online, so I know it's really tricky, but if you can open the camera, and then if you want to step in, feel free to open the camera, and then our colleague from the IT will put you on the screen, so we will know you have some input. But after that, I will open the floor for the interaction, but I will hand over to you, Dr. Song.
Yes, if I may be the first responder. The old people will be using the age tech products, and that is why reflecting their opinion is important. But like you answered, how much did we listen to their opinions in designing these products? We did listen to their opinions, but the center that I mentioned and demonstration phase were all communicated to them. And currently, the Korean government is developing age tech products, and they are going through this designing and demonstration phase to make sure that all these products are comfortable to use. Those are the things that we briefed them, and we also did the evidence-based approach in evaluating the satisfaction level or some areas for improvement. To be honest with you, in Korean society, age tech products are only a handful of items that are called age tech products. So promoting the products and strengthening their functions will be the focus going forward. And when implementing related policies, these would be the points for consideration.
Yes, so I do agree Dr. Stewart's comment about the technologies make younger people think what the older people want. So it's not actually the older people want. In our business, we have a saying that the healthcare apps, which has been very popular over the years, make healthy people a little bit more healthier. It doesn't actually reach the people in dire needs. I think the same goes for the senior citizens, where our services were designed. We saw so many applications and apps making these solutions, but our uniqueness was because it stemmed from the social workers working on the ground. They said, well, the senior citizens doesn't have 5G telephones. They don't have Wi-Fi. All they have is a 2G phones or the landlines. So this is based upon a landline service. So you don't have to download anything. You don't need cell phones. So those are the things that actually you really need to address these population that you're trying to service. So that's we learned. And regarding the sustainability issue, if you open up your cell phones, you can probably find 50, 100 apps that you never use. Yeah, so I think that's the same with the sustainability issue as well. So what is the one that you stick with? It really helps. You don't have to open 10,000 different apps to do something. So that goes into the robotics as well. So I see a lot of projects, the funding nice the instruments or the gadgets, but it really does not sustain and survive the test of the industry and the market. But I think it will come around. Recently, the Tesla company pledged a huge compensation package for their founder, Mr. Elon Musk. And one of the benchmarks, the points he has to reach to get that amount is that he has to sell, I think, 20 million human robotics into homes. Yeah, so that is calculated to be 1 in 5 citizens in developed world. So I think with these, the push from the industries, I think it will get there. But in the meanwhile, I see this is the same as Wild West or the early 2000s, where there are explosion of internet services. Not everything survived. We survived 26 years in South Korea. So I think what you see today, the apps and robotics, some will survive, but who deliver real value to the society and the market and the citizens will survive at the end. So I think we are in a very confusing era for the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ra. So I will hand over to Dr. Tara, and then I want to leverage your expertise on neuroscience and then social connections. If you can briefly reflect on the linkages between the AI and then the true human interaction or social connection, it would be great. So over to you. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so I think that there's going to be places where, I think as was nicely pointed out, these calls are better than no calls, but they aren't the same as human interaction. So I think there's one place where right away or in the very near future it's going to be very helpful, and that's when we're thinking about AI and devices that are interacting to help sort of counter disability. So I think we're going to see improvements in things like hearing aids and visual aids and other things that prevent older people from participating in society. So we know from and lots of research that as your hearing starts to go, you're less likely to go out into social environments, because if it's a very quiet environment, it's totally fine. And the second there's background noise like a restaurant, you can't hear anything. And hearing aids do a very poor job right now. But with new AI technologies and advances that are coming in these types of sort of facilitating, health facilitating technologies, that's going to help people be more social in these sort of face-to-face interactions. Then we sort of have the second bit, which is using technology instead of face-to-face. And this is a bit more, I think, open-ended. We know from research that we've done and many others have done is that when we look at older people who are technology proficient and use things like Zoom or Teams or other ways that they communicate, FaceTime, they actually tend to be lonelier. And we don't think that's causal. What we think is that actually people who don't have family in person nearby are more likely to learn technologies. So it's sort of a backed in. But when we look at sort of larger amounts of technology use with people throughout their lifespans, non-face-to-face interactions, even with very young people, tend to lead to higher levels of loneliness and social anxiety. So it's not clear that technology is going to solve all our problems. There still seems to be a need for face-to-face, and it doesn't seem like just if people grow up with these technologies, it's going to solve that problem, that just texting will be enough. That's unlikely to be the case, given what a sort of fundamental, basic human need person-to-person interaction is, and we're not going to evolve that out in 20 years. So I think that that's a little bit more open-ended, but where things, if robotics evolve and we end up in a Blade Runner situation where we can't tell androids from people, well, then actually caregiving might be entirely done by androids and it would be fine. We'll have to see. And then I think there's the third thing, which is, I think, very open, and Stuart alluded to, that we don't want to replace relationships with AI. I'm more open to the fact that maybe some people will. I think it depends on the direction AI takes, but whether our social interactions with AI will change and be replacements, not so much for all face-to-face, but that people have relationships in substantial ways. I don't know. We'll have to see. Lots of things seemed unthinkable 100 years ago that are now commonplace now. So I think it's an interesting area that we'll have to see how it evolves.
So,
can I just,
yes, of course.
Just,
yes.
Just to give a very specific example of how I think that AI in relationship can be supplementary, right? Can have an improvement. One of in our project, we interview many different caregivers and care workers in both in the home-based setting, in the community-based setting, in the hospital setting. And one of the things, particularly for caregivers who have either family or they're working with people with cognitive impairment, firstly, nobody wants to give up their relationship, right? Nobody wants to farm this relationship out to AI. But one of the things which many caregivers of persons with mild or even severe cognitive impairment say is the trouble of hearing the same stories over and over again. right? So talking about the war, talking about occupation, talking about the 70s, talking about the family, talking about the loss of a partner. And it's hearing the same story over and over again. And this is, and particularly if it's about the loss of a family member, these stories can be very traumatic for the caregiver, right? But because the caregiver has heard this story rehearsed many, many times. Under those kind of situations, AI can be a godsend for the caregiver, right? Because, and it's not about replacing, it's not the caregiver saying, okay, I'm not going to have this conversation, but this can be the same conversation which is happening every day for years on end. And under those circumstances, a confident, attentive, happy, supportive AI agent is actually an advantage over a tired, frustrated caregiver. So again, I think that's just one example of how there can be it can have a supplementary benefit, I think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stewart. And then thank you so much, Amy, for flagging that our online discussant, Dr. Skerback, is on camera. So speaking of the AI, we want to use, and then technology, we want to use this benefit of having you online. So over to you. And then if you can share your insights, and then after that, I will open the floor. So over to you, Dr. Skerback.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for excellent presentations by everyone. I learned a lot. I just wanted to add a few points. First of all, we had done research on our own. We had a large research project on technology-induced job loss. I did find that those who are least likely to have a family, who don't have children, who don't have a partner, who have less finances, are much more likely to be displaced through technology. So exactly the group with the lowest consumption power is also the group that is maybe most in need of technology that can emulate social relationships, and that is something to take into account. And also I think one should also listen more to the caregivers, that much of the frustration, I was thinking about it's robocalls. If you're a caregiver, one thing you try to do is to block your phone from any incoming calls, because there's a very high chance that it's fraudulent. How can you actually separate fraudulent incoming conversations from real ones? And that is just an increasing concern, and something that one should find ways to address. It's a problem for us when we conduct large-scale health surveys. Just a few years ago, we can contact people through SMS, and now we can no longer do this because few answer, and we are legally no longer allowed to do this. So finding new ways of communication which is safer for the old, who might not be able to evaluate whether it's safe or not on their own, I think that's crucial. And finally, I think it's important to as also Stuart and Tara mentioned, that there's so many people who are highly cognitively impaired. Some might have developed dementia, and they probably will not be able to use much of this technology. So maybe developing new technologies which are simply easier to use. I think that's crucial for them to be a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Skerback. I think we cover a lot of topics, and then yes. Thank you. So I'm looking at the floor. If there is anyone who wants to share some good practices or lessons learned from your country or your organization, or if you have any questions to any speakers or discussants, yeah. So I just want to open the floor, and then I already see the hands from Dr. Ritu. So over to you. Yeah.
Thank you for a really exciting conversation. First of all, Dr. Vigad Skerback, it's so nice to finally meet you, even if it's virtual. I've been really a fan of your research, including a paper you did comparing burden of disease by age groups and aid flows from a while ago. Just to note that you have an avid reader base. I'm curious, in terms of the research that you have published, even if it looks at global data, have you done more in-depth work specific to Norway, and has that influenced decision-making in Norway? I have one other question and comment to the experts from ROK on this excellent panel. Just to note that the session on functional ability, that this topic is really the goal of the UN decade. It's to optimize functional ability. So it's another reason why I found it really exciting. The question I have is, we know that how people use innovations can be a mix of very different things. And I wanted to check one of them that I believe has taken place in Republic of Korea. It's a social innovation. And that's my understanding. It's that older women living in rural areas during the springtime and the fall, the spring and summer and fall, live potentially alone in their dwellings, but in the winter months come together in a community dwelling. And this serves multiple purposes. If this, I think there was something at a small scale, maybe it's at a bigger scale, I'm keen to know more. But this type of hybrid in terms of how people can be flexible and adapt to be able to then maintain their functional ability, are there ways that you're thinking about that, whether it's in the age tech or in the different sorts of applications supported by AI, that don't determine one particular way? Maybe this is a bit of a brainstorm, but I'm curious to know your thinking about this sort of way to develop things that will adapt and facilitate people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ritu. I'm looking around. I don't see the hands at the moment, so I will hand over to Dr. Skerback for the reaction, and then I will hand over to our two other speakers. So over to you, Dr. Skerback.
Well, thank you for good questions and kind comment. I would say that whether I've influenced policy, I'm not sure. I certainly try to write policy-related studies for many countries. We recently had this year actually some new papers coming out from the Asian Development Bank, which might be of relevance. In terms of Norway, we're working a lot on regional variation in health and healthy life expectancy, but also mortality and life expectancy per se. We focus on that there's so much you can do to improve health, which is not necessarily depending on money. We find that the regions in Norway which has the highest life expectancies are also not the richest regions, not the best educated actually. It's more regions where you might have a specific culture in terms of what you eat, how people interact, how people socialize, how people exercise, and I think that's an important lesson that also could have relevance for potentially other countries. I mean, certainly we'd love to do more on Asia and variations across Asian regions in some of these issues.
Thank you. And then Dr. Song.
Where the question was regarding old women living alone, and in winter they're joined by other family members and others. And I was reminded of this communal lifestyle that we have in Korea. So senior people, leisure center, for example, is one such an example. And the Ministry of ICT is pursuing smart old people leisure center, smart leisure center for old people. So it is basically assisted by AI technology and other visual and audio technology to make sure old people have more fun time in a more technology-based way. So we don't have many of them now. It only accounts for 1% of the total leisure centers. But what we can see here is that the Korean government is really focusing on improving the quality of life of old people by giving technological assistance to even leisure centers like this, which is very much the center of the communal life. So when establishing the 5th master plan, this smart leisure center for old people will become one of the most important agenda. going forward. And of course, the detailed scope and size will be the subject for discussion. But this is not a top-down or government-led central project. It's a project to be led by local governments, and the central government will have more discussions on that.
So I'd like to echo Professor Stewart's comment. The care providers working in government hospitals, social sectors, are burnt out. They're overwhelmed because there's an explosion of need that they have to service. I think it's a global issue. And then what we feel from the industry side, at the end of the day, I would like to say the word hybrid. So I see some of the examples I didn't bring today, that there are hybrid interactions where it goes like this. You meet a human receptionist, and then if they know you better, they're frequent customers to you, then they say, oh, Mrs. Smith, I'm kind of busy today. Can you speak with my AI agent, a virtual kiosk or a virtual, and then speak 20 minutes, 30 minutes freely? I'll walk in at the end of the day. And end of the conversation, let's say 30 minutes, 25 minutes, the war stories, 1970s, the fights. And then it summarizes and wrap it up for you. So I think the technologies we see, the digital, internet, and mobile, the AI technologies, in my personal view, is greater than 3 combined. And it's happening at the rate that not within 10 years, within 1 year, 2 years, every 2 weeks. So I think these hybrid interaction will be the main form of our human transactions. But I'm a physician, I see clinics. What I see is in future, our physicians with the discussions with the patients will go this way. The patient will point out some of the documents pulled out from ChatGPT is happening today. And then what they say is that, yeah, I agree with you. And then Mr. Kim, we should follow the ChatGPT recommendation. So our profession will become like the priest, reverends, or monks, where there's a human encouragement and human interactions. So technology is moving so fast. And then just 2 weeks ago, the Google Gemini Pro 3.0 Pro, it really surpassed the most smart of us, the IQ rate of probably well over 150 points. So I think any human doctor cannot compete with these AI doctors, but it will not do away with these professions. My last example I can share is the flights you took come to Korea. They're human pilots, but if in a very difficult day in a very congested airport, they turn on the autopilot. If the weather is nice, there's no congestion, the human pilot comes in. So what I'm saying is even today, these technologies are out there and being used today. But we are not feel safe without the pilot on the plane, whether if they're driving or not. So I think these important transactions will be in forms of in tandem or hybrid interactions in future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ra. Before I go back to the floor, I saw Dr. Stewart giving me the look that he wants to speak.
Giving you the look.
So over to you.
No.
Not to look at.
It was not a bad look. No. I mean, so no. I thought it was no, because I just had a nice exactly. I'm going to be relegated. No, I think it's just on that thing. It's just another example of one of the things that we're doing in our project, right? So if you're in a care home or a community center, at least in Hong Kong, it would be quite common to have for exercise, there'll be some video, so a screen with a YouTube video, and then there'll be a physiotherapist standing next to it, mirroring what is on the screen. And then older people will be either sat down or standing up, following what the video and the physio is doing. And the physio is there to kind of manage things, keep an eye on things, but also to see, well, this person is not doing as well as before. This person is doing better than before. So managing kind of diagnostics in that sense, right? Now, of course, what can happen is that you can have a robot at the front. So a robot is mirroring what is on the video. But that doesn't mean the physio loses his or her job. The physio can then go around and work with each older person individually and support them to make sure that they are okay and working to their best ability. So it's about supplementary work, right? It's about making that system more efficient. And of course, then the next level is that, so we've already got the robot. The next level now is whether or not you then have the capability that the robot can measure the physical activity of everybody in the room. And then, of course, that becomes more efficient and more effective than a physio measuring everything, because the robot can do it in a more scientific, more baseline measure, more comprehensive set of measures, can actually look at what the older people are doing. But, of course, then, that's where we have my engineering colleagues get very excited about all this, and then some of us in social science, we'll steady on a little bit, because we have to think of privacy, and we have to think about how all this data is going to be managed, where this data is going to go, who will access this kind of data. So, but again, I just wanted to, that was why I gave you the eye, right? So it was just as a supplementary example of how we can have these hybrid systems, which should be better than either one or the other.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Stewart. And then I'm looking at the floor. If there is any last questions or last reflection or last comments, I think everything was very clear, and then I have to emphasize that I think we've covered a lot of like points and then considerations, like especially on the ethical principles, hybrid elements of AI, and then we talk about like security, responsibility, and then a lot of examples from Hong Kong, South Korea, Norway, and then even Dr. Ritu shared some insights. So I guess, yes. Dr. Abhijit, yeah, so over to you.
No, in the previous intervention, you asked whether we had any stories from sort of a success stories. And there are two examples that I wanted to bring up, and this is in the context of older workers specifically. One of this is UNFPA supported as well. So there is a large language model, for example, that has been developed in Pakistan that allows frontline community health workers to actually identify risks related, identify high-risk pregnancies. And these are typically, sort of older workers, sort of health workers who are using this essentially to be able to plug the symptoms, for example, or sort of talk perhaps, the symptoms that they're seeing, during their community work into this model, and then sort of identify whether or not a, pregnant mother or pregnant woman, for example, needs to be referred, sort of immediately, or sort of there's a risk score and sort of things like that. It gets more sort of complicated. The other thing that is also being used is this, it's a model, I think, in Vietnam, Laos, Afghanistan, and I forget, maybe a couple of other countries, where there is remote monitoring of fetal health that is also done through an AI-based model. And I think, again, what this sort of allows a frontline community health worker to do is to be able to tap into, a more better trained or more trained, specialist at a district level, for example, or at a district headquarters level. But in both cases, I think Stuart's point, I think, is key, which is that here technology is supplementing, right, sort of the work of a human being. It is not replacing, and it's sort of actually helping increase the outreach and, sort of more timely referrals, to specialists. So I think these are, sort of interesting models to also sort of have in our things we consider. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing, Abhijit. And if there is no any other further reflection or insights, we have 5 more minutes. So I will just give each speaker and the discussant like 1 minute for any final reflection, and then I will close this session. So I'm looking at Dr. Ra. So over to you first.
I learned so much today. I think from industry point of view, most new untapped market is a aging society, elderly society, which will spend 50% of all healthcare spending in any countries in the future. So I think we should do a much better job. What are the real pain points, both ways? The senior citizens, the caregivers, so that we can solve this problem better. So we hopefully present you our next meeting in a more updated context at the 10th meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And then over to you, Dr. Song.
I think I missed some points in my note. Mutual interaction was briefly brought up here for AI and robotics. And in Korea, I briefly mentioned this welfare item in the KH Tech. And we are also focusing on this mental support from, we call this hyo, or sometimes it's translated into respect, filial respect, shown to your parents. So there are a lot of areas to work on, but we're also focusing on this hyo thing, mental support from your children. So we'll keep working on this along with the areas that we are doing, where we're doing a lot of projects already.
Over to you, Dr. Skrbek. And then thank you so much for joining online. And then over to you.
Well, thank you so much for having me online and organizing this. I would just like to say I learned a lot, and it was a really, really good discussion. I think it would be of great importance to try to understand not only what the future consumers of Geron Tech would be, but also to try to understand the demographics, their family situations. Do they have children? Are they married? Are they in partnerships? Are they alone, basically? Do they have close friends? Do they have a social circle that could help them out? And also to try to understand and predict changes in household constellations. So how do they live in the future? And we know a lot about this, and I feel that much of the social science demographic parts are not integrated in models that try to consider what kind of technology that is needed for the future. So this is something some of my own research projects are trying to develop. We're trying to develop research on this, and we'll also be interested in collaboration on some of these issues. So if anyone's interested, please contact me, and I'm looking forward to future discussions on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And then over to you, Dr. Stewart.
Well, thank you very much, and I didn't say at the start, thanks to UNFPA and thanks to the Republic of Korea for inviting me and for putting this on. Thank you very much. I really appreciate being here again. I think just to wrap it up, I would say, aging is happening and will continue to happen. AI, generative AI is happening and will continue to happen. Robotics, humanoid robotics, is happening and will continue to happen. There's nothing we can do about it, right? We have no say in these processes. These are processes that are gonna happen. It can either go really badly, or it can go really, really well, or the best case scenario, well, maybe the most real case scenario is that we manage it, right? That we manage all of these things, and I think we've got enough data points in all of those 3 areas to know the kind of things that work quite well, the kind of things that don't work very well, the kind of things that we can learn from the experience of other places like Japan, who has gone through a lot of this in the past and has developed a lot of these technological systems in the past. So I think that I'm personally very hopeful that if we can have this good technological future which can supplement human relationships, human interactions, and make life better for older people and for caregivers, and to create jobs and grow the economy and not displace jobs, displace relationships. and make an increase in inequality.
Thank you so much. And then over to you, Dr. Tarak.
Thank you. I mean, so yeah, I guess I would just echo what's been said by the other participants here. This is all really exciting, and the technologies that have really sort of taken a huge step function in the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years, is really going to allow us to tackle the challenges associated with an increasing aging population, and whether that's a tsunami or not. It's something that is, I think, a reality, and I think this is a way that we can actually potentially manage this. And I think that, as was mentioned, it's the engagement with older people and their caregivers and making sure that they're represented in every step of this, both in building trust, in handling this ethically, and making sure that everything's fit for purpose is going to be one of the challenges. And I think that this continued engagement across different disciplines is going to be key to having this all work out in the best way possible.
Thank you so much. I think everything was covered, and then I have to say I've learned a lot about from this session, and then as a person, as a moderator who is a little bit younger, I just want to emphasize that I want to revisit what Dr. Stewart said, younger people talking about older person only, but I just want to emphasize that this is not only about the aging, older person. I think it's important to have intergenerational dialogue on AI, and then I think everyone talk about everyone. I think that's something that we can get out of. So thank you so much, everyone, and then I will hand over to our Amy.
Many thanks to the session 3 contributors for very future-oriented discussion. This concludes today's proceedings, and the symposium will resume tomorrow with keynote presentation on aging society in the Republic of Korea, starting at 8:30 a.m. We look forward to your continued interest and active engagement in tomorrow's sessions. That's all for now, and I wish you all good evening. Thank you. So later today at 7 p.m., a networking dinner will be hosted at Gyeongbokgung Restaurant, located on the first basement floor of the Amit Hotel, and we will present the QR code which will show you the map to the dinner place. So it's in the basement floor of Amit Hotel, and it takes about 15 to 20 minutes on foot. And it's a hosted dinner for all the participants to participate. So I hope to see many of you in the dinner. Thank you.